Anyway, it's not that I couldn't possibly endure not having Factorio. I just want to be ready for the end of Factorio. Or at least getting the final achievement. Or rather, to put it another way, when I do Factorio... when's it on my schedule now? I think it's scheduled for Friday? I don't know, I just needed some time to sit back and play other games for a bit. Anyway, I want that to actually be playing Factorio, not just designing this ship. Because I looked back on the design for the previous ship and it took something like 3 hours. Yeah, I can easily see why I am doing ship design with the timer paused. Maybe we'll end up with so much free time that I could have done it with the timer running, but I wouldn't bet on it. Ship design does not come easily to me in this game. More than anything, it's because it's very different from designing factory parts. You know, something works in the factory, great, but if it doesn't work, it's very, very simple to troubleshoot it, change it, remove it, put it back. If you design a spaceship and something doesn't work, it's going to explode and everything is gone, and if you want to try it again, you've got to rebuild it, put everything back up, fill it up with items, make it move, and you really, really don't have time for that with express delivery. But yeah, also spooked. Things are looking good. I don't want to smudge the finish here with, what is there, 9 hours left on the clock? Are you going to make it? I am quite confident I'm going to make it. The one thing I think that would make it not happen is if the ship tries to get to the system edge and dies, because then I need to redesign the ship, rebuild the ship, fill the ship back up with goodies, all while the timer is going. So I want to design a rock-solid ship that can actually handle it here and now. Speaking of the here and now, I guess we better get this underway. Not that there's anything too fancy about this stream. Just designing. Although I suppose the video will still have its part in the playlist. Don't know what I'll call it. It'll be the first part of the playlist that isn't actually with the timer running. I mean, as an entire video. I think we had the design segment just after some Vulcanist stuff, but that's neither here nor there. We have a goal to get to the system edge, and we've got to design a ship that can do so. What I have so far in the game, I believe I put this in orbit. Is the timer running? It certainly is now. There we go. Although I'm quite certain we don't have quality asteroid collectors, so let's change that out. Although part of me is wondering if I should even start with this. After all, I don't want to be shackled to the design that I have here. But it's still good to know where I stand currently. Also, why did it not like that? I'll tell you why, it's because I'm in remote view, aren't I? There we go. When you're doing things in map view here, you can only ghost, but when you do it in editor mode like this, you can place whatever. I just started rewatching your Motorsport Manager long play. It's one of my favorite streams, one of my favorites as well. That one I am extremely happy with. Just everything about it went so well. I actually think I got sick during one of the runs, so I could hear myself like flagging during it. But that's neither here nor there. It was great. Those are not quality? Good, good. Overall, I really like the ship. It is certainly larger than it needs to be, and it's absolutely fat with solar panels, but that was just so it could do all the inner planets. Surely some foundries wouldn't go amiss now. We can get all the calcite we want. Exactly. We can do calcite in space. So one of the things we will be doing is designing a ship that can actually make use of the better recipes and such. I think rebuilding this was a mistake. Yeah, I'm quite certain it was a mistake because, yeah, I don't want to be shackled to these design ideas. Although somewhat frustratingly, I've gone and done this over in Vulcanist, so it's going to be under relentless assault. Perhaps I should be doing this in novice, where at least it's going to be safe, but I can do that easily. We can just call it safe, put it over in novice, and bloop, there we go. What I do want, however, is to take the skeleton and put that there, because at least then I've got a bit of layout already here. Although maybe I can do without this stuff on top of it. And then it's nice and simple just to fill more bits in. Don't need lasers here. There's nothing threatening. Alright, I'm certainly taking it easy with this one, but I need to think what exactly is going on here. I don't know. I really don't know. How about we start off by giving you a whole lot of foundation. I don't know if there's a faster way to do it than this. There probably is. Yeah, I kind of think of it, couldn't I, like, give myself lots of foundation somehow? And then swiftly put it in? Possibly. Yeah, because when I do it, it takes some time. Whatever, let's just have lots of space to work with. This ship needs to do a lot of things. It's going to have to launch rockets to take care of larger asteroids. It's going to have to shoot the smaller asteroids that come out of it. I don't want to rely on lasers at all, though I suppose I could. It's going to need a lot of power to accommodate this thing, this stuff, so it's going to need some nuclear. It's going to need a lot of space, a ton of space for making the long journeys, because I can't guarantee that we'll keep output long enough, so I want it to be able to bank a lot of goods until it's ready to make the long journey. A lot of things this ship needs to be able to do. Capitalism Lab is a pretty good new update in DLC. Yeah, I actually got a message from them about that, asking if I wanted to cover it. I didn't, because I feel pretty done with Capitalism Lab. But I may just go and check it out at some point. Jeez, I'm so unconfident at spaceship design. I never really know where to start with this. But it'll get easier if I just start putting things down, and it'll be a lot easier if I just start putting down some cargo space. I am going to need access to the center bit here, because I want to do nuclear. So maybe I should start with that. Start with powering this this monstrosity. And I want to do it with 2 nuclear reactors, because I'm not entirely sure or confident that I'm going to have enough power just based on 1. If I have 2 nuclear reactors, that's like having 4 nuclear reactors, because it's going to be able to put out 40 megawatts times 2, but then they both get 100% bonus, so 160 megawatts worth of power. Sounds pretty good. That power needs to go somewhere, though. And you better believe I don't remember my ratios, so let's have a look at these. I don't think I'll be bothering with quality whatsoever until I'm done with the run, with small exceptions. Like quality arms would be really good. Asteroid collecting arms. I'll probably make a handful of those. Otherwise, have we made anything quality in the run? I don't remember. I'm not running that save because I don't want time to pass in that save. It might give me information that I don't want. And whilst I'm quite certain it won't trigger any achievements, because I'm running this game modded to ensure that no new achievements get unlocked, I still just want to play it safe. Yeah, it's asymmetric because the width of the platform hub is 9, I think, and these are 5 and 5 for 10. Yeah, so spilling out... Wait, is that true? Or am I talking nonsense? I've talked nonsense before. Huh, no, it can be symmetric. What size is this bleeding thing? And it gets a lot easier if I just start putting things down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it is 8. Thought it was 9 by 9 for some reason. Oh well, never mind that. It's important that it feeds in and out the fuel cell stuff. And you better believe I'm a big fan of filtering just about everything, this included. So fuel cells go in, and the expired fuel cells come out. We have no reprocessing, and I'm certainly not putting reprocessing off here, in here. So anything excess can just be turfed. That's no big deal. On top of that, I certainly don't want these inserting if the temperature is high or if it has too much in it. So how do I even set up a logic thing for that? Also, I heard about a setting that I really should have gone into a long time ago. Something about flashing. Okay, well, it's not an interface. Is it? There is apparently something that stops these things from flashing all the time, and I would love to have that stop. Beacon, sounds, parameters, belt. It's also possible it's under graphics, right? Full screen flash. Never, ever full screen flash me. I could have sworn there was something to prevent the flashing. Animated, item shadows, particles, dust, fog, smoke, sprites. Yeah, here it is, blinking. Enable warning items blinking. There we go. Oh, it's going to take a while to get used to that. But yeah, the constant blinking is annoying, especially when it's done on heating towers, which say there's no fuel when you don't want them to be getting any fuel, because they're already at maximum heat or whatever. Ainum is just yelling out, thank you for telling me about this. I myself didn't know about it until... when? Why? How? I was looking up information about heating towers, and there was someone else saying, God, these annoy me. Why do they keep giving me the alert about it? And there was some offhand message of, you know, you can stop the flashing, but you can't get rid of the alert. Something to that effect is what I remember. Anyway, yeah, just not having these flicker all the time is so nice. If something is flickering, it's meant to be something that is very important. It is not important to me that things that are functioning are hungry. Alright, anyway, never mind that. This will power up, but I need a circuit condition nonetheless. These ones always need to outsert whatever they have. But what about you? These things will share temperature, so I only need to do temperature reading from 1. In fact, it's very important to just temperature read from 1. Otherwise, you might insert asymmetrically and then they won't all be working at the same time. So I want both of these to insert, just stack 1. Actually, it's fine, because they'll put in 1 immediately. It'll immediately heat up, and before they can put in a second one, it'll bring itself back up. So when T is... where's T? Where's T? Where's T? Where's my cup of tea? It's under letters. Whenever T is below 550, insert. Doop doop, in it goes. Huzzah. Now these things are going to output 80 megawatts each. And the heat exchanger consumes 10 megawatts. That's a lot of heat exchangers, huh? Oh well, be that as it may. I have a lot of space to play around with. I'm not going to be concerned about having a tight, small design for my spaceship here. Even so, that's like 4 and 4 off of these things in all these directions. It's also a little awkward for getting water into them. Yes, it most certainly is, isn't it? Also going to need heat pipes for this. Now, I quite enjoy making nuclear designs, and I have done so in Novice a fair amount. But in space, well, that could well be a different story. I could actually bring it out a little bit further. That way I can have pipes to bring the water around to make sure the water is well balanced. Well. At the very least, bring it out a bit more like that couldn't hurt. Or could it? What if it hurts a lot? Alright, there we go. The heat will come out and that will absorb all the heat and turn it into steam. And let's get things joining together here. That's not where things go in. There we go. Ah, how about that? This is too long to actually bring the water along with an underground pipe. That's okay, we can do things a little differently. I can create the water in a more central area and then have it brought along, but it does mean that building it out like this is superfluous. And it is important to save space wherever possible. Well, I think it's important to do that. So we've got the steam, and the steam. So okay, if I need more space for stuff, I can bring it down here. In fact, I am quite keen on the idea of having lots of space for my stuff, so how about we expand this out considerably? Because these are probably not going to be quality cargo bays. So how much cargo space do we have? 459 stacks. I still don't think that'll be enough. Let's go even larger. That way I've got a lot of space here for doing thingamajigs with my belts. And I may well be making use of that. Is EU5 that good? I don't know if I can say, so I won't. I'll err on the side of caution. Right, how about steam turbines? Now, steam turbines only require basic metal things, so it's not unthinkable to make quality versions of these. But to be honest, you don't make that much savings of it, and I'm going to have a lot of space to shove things up and down the sides here, I believe. So how many turbines are we going to need? Each of these crank out 103 per second of steam. Oh, well, I knew it would come to this. I better bring out my calculator. There is a mod, by the way, where you can drag windows over things and it'll tell you the optimum production that you're making. And that does seem very useful, but we're doing a non-modded run. And I want to keep it completely non-modded because I think any mods break achievements. Anyway, the point is I have... how many again? Is this actually the right number? I want to run my numbers again. Each of these eat 10. And I've got 4, 8, 16, 32 of them. Isn't that too many? I think I've actually got to make too many of these. Like, we don't need this top one here. Yeah, because each of these will do 8 of them. Alright, well, I'm running my numbers wrong straight away. Anyway, I've got 103 times 16 of these. So making 1696 steam per second, running at full pelt, that is. And each of these steam turbines will consume 60 per second. So if we divide that by 60, we're looking at 28 steam turbines. 29 or 30 if I want to be fancy, and we could always build buffers if we need to for power. So let's just imagine that's 15 or 16 per side. Try and keep it even Stevens. And these things don't stack particularly well, but that's fine. I think I'll actually use them as something of an outer wall for the ship. So something like da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know how wide this ship is going to be, so let's just leave our options open in that regard. Just be safe in the knowledge that we can put these somewhere, and that somewhere will probably be at the edge. And you might say, Jake, why put them at an edge like a madman? Surely you want your guns there. I'm actually a big believer in bringing your gun turrets inside the ship, because if you have it out here, that's a lot of wasted area. It's going to be shooting rocks that are no threat to your ship. Whereas if it's brought in like here or so, then that's a lot better. Most of the rocks aren't actually coming in from the sides here. A few do, and then a few turrets will take care of that. The big deal is at the front. So yeah, I liked keeping them a wee bit more on the towards the inside. Is this all fine and dandy? Yeah, it looks fine and dandy to me. Oh, this one can be linked up at least. Is that going to be relevant? Maybe. Also, my quick power is a disaster. Let's try adding things to it. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to need plenty of these. Also, I see no good reason, although there might be plenty of actual reasons, to use green belts in space. I'm a big believer in red belts. That said, if our design has a bit of an issue where undergrounding with greens would solve some logistical issue, I will probably do so. It's also not difficult for me to make more. I just need lubricant and set up a couple of foundries. It won't take more than 5 minutes to set up, or so I claim. So maybe I should be a little bit more receptive to the idea of using greens. Do we have green belts on Vulcanus set up? No, and we don't have blues either. I am convinced that reds are all I need, especially considering that red to green, yeah, that's double, but using stack inserters, that also doubles it, going up to quadrupling it if you get the highest level of stack insertion. Anyway, there we go. That's power largely solved. What else needs to be solved? Well, there are the major things that need to be done. We need gun solved. We need rocket solved. We need railgun solved. We will eventually modify this very ship to go to the system edge. I don't want to build 2 ships here. So if I have these 3 things built and fed, although in the case of the railgun I just need to leave space for it, then all will surely be well. And that means 3 different kinds of ammo. We're going to need to bring around railgun bullet things, railgun ammo. Going to need to bring along firearm magazines, and we're going to need to bring along rockets. We also need to make a rather difficult decision. Do we go rockets, or do we go explosive rockets? And I think what we're going to do is say yes. We'll have a setup that we can switch over to explosive rockets when we go to the system edge and to the shattered planet. Because when you start going that far out, the rockets are so dense that the explosive rockets, despite having lower overall damage, will do a whole lot more due to the splash effect. So look at this thing, it's really not doing a lot. And in fact, is my technology at the right level here? We're in creative mode, but I tried to reset the technology so they're pretty much where I have them in the save. And when it comes to explosives, I'm pretty sure I got this. Don't enqueue, do immediate research of it. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have gotten Stronger Explosive 7, right? But Stronger Explosive 6 is reasonable. Even so, we got 560 explosive damage, or we've got... How much is that? It's not a lot. 200, 300, 400... It's less is what it is, and it costs more. It costs 2 additional explosives. So I reckon we will set it up so that we can do explosive rockets, but we won't just yet. Explosives will need more tech and more infrastructure to set up. Yeah, but I need explosives regardless. I need them for the rockets to begin with. Look at that. 2 iron plates and 1 explosive. The thing is, you triple the explosive demand if you make them into explodey rockets. And we are not firing nukes in space. Excuse me? At what point did the cost of nukes go up to 100 spicy rocks? There's an achievement for this. Too heavy for a rock? Okay, so you can't even bring these up to space. You'd have to send the uranium-235 up in batches of 20 and then make these in space. No way. Is there a reason your ground space is not even? Oh, you mean this? It's not done, is the answer. You know, it can be brought in, brought out, whatever. I'm just giving myself some general space to play around with. Right, so power is largely done, except I'm going to be bringing the turbines up and down the sides. What else needs to be done? How about a large belt around the place? Well, it's not going to be a large belt. It's going to be 2 large belts. Actually, no, let's not do that just yet, because I don't know how wide this is going to be when taking industry into account. So, hang on, I just had a thought. Could I actually do this? That is quite funny. I mean, I wouldn't exactly want it there, but maybe like there. Then I could actually run the belt up here, through and around. I won't, but it was a funny thought, and I like funny thoughts. Yes, so industry, let's go. We need to make firearms, rockets, and railguns. See no reason not to just do it back here. If I do it in the front, then it's going to cramp our design for making all the bullets up front. So what are we going to do here? We're certainly going to make use of foundries. No quality, although we do have beacons. We actually have quality beacons, so how are we going to do this? I don't know. Just build and it will come. One thing I know we're going to need is we're going to need molten iron ore. Yeah, molten metals. But we're also going to need one for copper as well. Yeah, and we make calcite in space, so both of these can be made. I'm going to need iron, and I think I'm going to need steel. Is that correct? Steel is used in making... I'm thinking about piercing rounds, but I think regular rounds will do just fine. Piercing rounds are quite expensive, needing steel and copper. Whereas... Where the hell are they? Here we are. Railguns. Railguns need steel, explosives, and copper cables. Is that my only use case for copper if I'm not making piercing rounds? I think it is. Point is, we need steel. So we're going to have this. I don't know how much we're going to benefit from the saved space, but I'll put this up like so regardless. And then out comes the steel, out comes the iron. And I will need to do copper, if only for copper cables. And if that's all it's needed for, I can actually just plug it in like so, which is quite a nifty solution. So. That's a lot of iron popping out. I hope it doesn't end up being a problem. The iron needs to be made into bullets, and it's going to need to be made into a hell of a lot more bullets than we had before. I'm also going to need these things running very quickly. So let's already presume that we're going to be using epic quality beacons, because that we do have access to. Something like, but not necessarily this. Good enough? Well, not really, because now this can't pop it out. Well, it can't pop it out over there, but it could pop it out the other way. And actually, I could just leave a bit more space between them. Hang on. What if we had something like that? And I could even move this back a little bit. That way I have room to export these goods. Potentially like so. Then we have the iron coming out of both of those, and we have the steel. It's a thought. Okay. The leftmost heat exchangers are not connected to the heat pipes. They look pretty... Oh, these ones. Thank you. Well spotted. Although this will be given a test drive anyway. Right. This and this are going to need to be fed calcite and the other thing. I'm sure that'll be fine. I like to think I don't need efficiency modules up in space, but the best I have access to right now are just regular quality speed 2s. And if I really need to module these things up individually, I will, but we'll see. The beacons have an extra effect, so we'll do that first. Currently, these beacons pretty much double the effect of the modules put in them. I somewhat have access to stack inserters, I think, but bulk inserters is more what we're going to be doing around here. So, get the bulks, get the fast inserters. I can't imagine there's a lot of hunger for regular inserters. But we'll have those available. Probably a lot of hunger for long-handed inserters. So out come these goodies. I'm also going to want the copper cables. I'm just thinking about how those copper cables come to be together. I wonder if I could just pick this whole thing up and move it up a touch. Because then we could have those pop out like so. Yeah, there we go. Then we got a full belt of copper cables, and we got these other things coming out as well. The steel is just on one side, but how this gets processed I haven't really figured out yet. We just need to build it and then we can shuffle things around, and that'll be a-okay. So one thing's for sure, I need a ton of assembly machines over here. Sadly, you can't make bullets in any kind of advanced factory item. Do these need iron at all? No. But the rockets and the regular firearm magazine need plenty of regular iron. I see, I see. In that case... I'll just run this out. How many of these am I going to need anyway? What if it's 3 and 3? Let's imagine that it's 3 and 3. Could I not module these somehow? Module them up the center, I of course mean. I also don't like how this is kind of getting in the way of everything. Also, this is where the iron could be, not the steel. This is the iron, nothing but iron. 1, 2, 3. Just imagine that we have some space for a module right in the center of it. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So keep it nice and simple. Top one, ooh, this is ugly orange. I don't know how to get rid of that. Okay, I now see the problem with not having this thing blink. You don't see what's underneath it. In that case, just to make things easier for me to see what's going on, just give me a bunch of super legendary ones of these. All the power I could ever need. Each of these putting out 0.5 megawatt. There we go, now I can see better. Of course, I also see the problem with this. Alright, and these things can also be laden with explosives. Railguns will need a fair bit of power, though. That they will. Makes me wonder if I wouldn't benefit from having some way of banking power for them, but the way I see it, having, 160 megawatts at the ready shouldn't be too bad. And the railguns don't fire that often. And they'll fire even less often if I go slow, and there's no need for me to very quickly go to either the edge of the system or to the shattered planet, so we'll take it slow. The shattered planet is such a disappointment, such an unfinished thing. I wonder what the intentions were for it. Was it mentioned much in the developer diaries? Anyway, there's no need to overbuild this. Fast and searchers will do fine, although they both have rocket capacity 50, which seems a little off. The point is these things will come out and we'll have the bullet and rocket circle of life. Alright, kind of makes sense, except you need explosives. Is 3 going to be enough? 3 really doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Let's give ourselves space enough that we can expand this. Imagine I need 5 of them. I don't know how many I'm going to need, but let's be ready like so. We're going to need to get you these explosives as well. How many explosives is it? It's 2 and 1, so actually just one of you should be fine. Okay. That's if it's needed over here, which currently it's not. We'll see how the production is and then run some numbers post that. Now, railguns are also needed. Railguns are going to need the copper out of you and the steel out of you. Maybe I could put them both in the same belt. Yeah, that actually makes sense, doesn't it? Hang on a second, how much copper and steel is needed? Rather a lot of copper. But that sounds like a good job for... Well, I was thinking I could put stack inserter here, but I don't have my stack inserters over at Vulcanus. We can solve that problem later then. Alright, we'll bring it down here then. Don't they also need explosives? Yeah, let's imagine somehow explosives are being made here. That might be powerful imagination at work. Oh, no, I see a situation where the belt comes in and around and then back out. And then at some point something could be taken off and then explosives come out here. But anyway, the explosives do need to be coming along here. And probably if they're coming along here, they're also getting split down over to here. And then why not just have this underneath then? And we make you here. Says I don't know how to make these. Well, what if I vehemently disagree? There we go. They come out, although not to here. They can join something else. The ordering here is a little off. I want this on the inside. Don't worry about tightening things up. The tightening days will come later. For now, I just want something that works. How fast do these things get made? One railgun ammo takes 25 seconds. That is terrifyingly slow. Unacceptably terrifyingly slow. 1, 2, 3. Yes, but also no. Take all of that down one more. And let's imagine a world in which they... 1, 2, 3. Now we can space for more beacons, but this will do for now. Well, it better do for now. The beacons will work a bit better. Like that for now. Okay, well, no need for fancy inserters on you, that's for sure. Don't worry about it, the ship will demand what the ship wants. Okay, there we go. So, there's bullets, there's rockets. If it needs explosive rockets... What could be changed is that these become explodey rocket makers and these reinsert. And then they can be told to come back out on the top bit here. Yeah, that does work, and that's a minor adjustment. For the moment now, though, rockets, bullets, and railgun ammo comes here. That's fine. Also, the railgun ammo is on the outside of this, so that's quite good. Kind of. Okay. Again, I don't want to do the ring around with the belts yet, because I don't know how wide this is going to be. This feels like I'm taking up a lot more space than I need to. Although, if I start using up the space, it'll feel a lot less like that. Also worth noting, if I used green belts, I'd be able to do away with this and actually clamp down on space a touch. Why don't we just assume that I will have access to green belts? Copy this and then force build it like so. And then I can pick all of this up. And then have it in line with Chew. And then, like I said, these turbo undergrounds are mostly just to solve... Whoa, not legendary ones. Don't know how to delete something that's in my inventory due to accidentally building. Actually, that's a lie. I know exactly how to do that. Take an infinity chest, shove it somewhere like there, remove unfiltered items, and then just get rid of anything that I was not meant to have. That makes sense. Easy way. Easy to dispose. Now, where were we? Yeah, that solves things nicely. I wonder if blue would work fine. Red is fine enough. So that gets that done. Fine enough. Saves me a bit of space on the edge. Hello, Jake. I was missing some Factorio Prime content, so I'm quite happy right now. I wouldn't exactly call this Prime content. Old man slowly figures out how to build an endgame ship. Endgame for this run, at least. I think endgame is all about making huge amounts of cursed belt weaving Prometheum rock science storage. Shove it in there. And which I certainly won't be doing, and I don't care about that because I think the post game in Space Age is pretty bad. Pretty much everything after Aquilo falls off a cliff, including Aquilo itself. I'm not its biggest fan. Right, well, we have bullets and we have power. You'd think we're pretty much done, right? This ship does, however, also need to fly. And it's not going to fly very well if I don't give it some engines. There's really enough. Something is missing. Oh, I never actually did the bleeding explosives, did I? Alright, here's my proposition. Let's center this quite a lot more. Something like so. And then let's ask ourselves, how are explosives made? First, you got to grind up for coal by getting... Come on, brain, you can do it. Advanced carbon crushing. Carbon and sulfur comes out. And there's something chemical plants. Sure. This will be made a lot easier if I remember how you actually make explosives. Explosives are made of coal, sulfur, and water. Well, this thing makes the sulfur, but it doesn't make the coal. Coal is made through coal synthesis, which also uses sulfur. So, what does that mean for me? It means that water is going to have to do a lot of moving around. Sulfur and carbon. Could I possibly do this? You're filtered for carbon. You are filtered for sulfur. You're also filtered for sulfur. And then... that goes on the right-hand side. Where's the coal? How about that? Do the ratios add up? This thing chunks out 5 carbon and 2 sulfur. 5 carbon and 1 sulfur makes 1 coal. So now I have 1 sulfur and 1 coal. And you're made from 1 sulfur. Wow! Perfect ratios. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Also, what's the numbers looking at? This is going to take 5 seconds to make that. This takes 2 seconds. So this is going to be faster anyway. So this thing... there's no difference in processing time. Active crafting speed is still 1 and 1. So I think this will be fine. And then we have you going like so. We have our explosives. I really feel like this is going to be very, very slow for explosives. Also, no water. But what if we had water coming in like so? Explosives takes 4 seconds to be made. And again, every 5 seconds I've got 1 sulfur for them. So honestly, this is probably fine on its own, but they're under the effect of speed modules. And if it's so important to me to get more, maybe they should be under the effect of efficiency modules as well. Something's making me hesitate here. If I efficiency moduled this, things would back up because we're in a perfect ratio. If I end up cranking out more coal, the coal back up, this will back up, this will back up. I can efficiency module this because it cranks out the same stuff, but I can't efficiency module the chemical plant. Sure, I'll believe that. And then where are these explosives going and coming from? How many explosives do you make, by the way? You make 2. That's delightful. I'm contemplating where that 2 is going to go. I don't like the idea of using the long-handed searchers for something that has to go out quite rapidly, but let's do this anyway. Alright, there we go. So explosives come around, go down. We have explosives for you, we have explosives for you. I'm not satisfied with the rate of the explosives being made here. Especially since this crusher is going to be going guy slow, right? Yeah, it's going to take 5 seconds. It's going to take even longer with the added stuff. But that's what the access to and the use of beacons are for. Yeah, but I can't add anything fancy in here. I do have access to Efficiency Module Mark IIs, so I guess I could give you that just to offset some things. What do efficiency modules have to do with maintaining the ratio? I might have been saying efficiency rather than productivity modules. These productivity modules here would screw up the ratios. I'm pretty sure it would. Because then suddenly I'd be putting out more coal, so the coal would back up, so this would back up, so the carbon would back up. Right. Yeah, it would. Okay. Alright, well, ammo production seems fine. What about fuel production? And we're also going to need to have a place for reprocessing ores and the like, but just give me more space to work with, even though I don't think I need this much space. I already made these. Right, what's the center of the ship? That is the center of the ship. This thing can and will be moved around, but for now I just like to have this at the ready. I think making more than 5 is asking for trouble. Wish I knew of a better way to do this. In fact, I'm surprised there's not a debug menu command, you know, just automatically get everything needed for building. Although I suppose I could just manually build it, couldn't I? Nice thing about the engine part is you can just copy and paste the whole thing, drag it up, and all works out well. Right. I want to throttle this engine. I don't want it going full pelt. I want it to run efficiently, because it doesn't need to go fast. We won't be doing a ton of back and forthing to Aquilo. And I certainly won't be automatically going back and forth. Right? Aquilo just needs to crank out about 4,000 science, and we have everything we need out of it for the end game. Aside from, of course, its railguns. Railguns are needed too. You could have a dedicated grinder for sulfur, another one for carbon. Ah, that would mean that I would toss sulfur overboard and toss carbon overboard. That'd be wasteful on both accounts, though. Yeah, because I can't tell this thing only to make sulfur. It's going to make the carbon one way or another. And you can't burn things in space. Well, I suppose except for fuel cells. Well, they don't burn, they just empty out. Doesn't have to go overboard. Where could it go, though? Oh, I suppose the carbon could be used in fuel, But then it needs priority in being used there. It just sounds like a hassle, really. Doesn't sound like fun. Of course, it's not about fun here, right? It's about getting the job done. Okay, how's this simply going to work? How many of these am I going to need? I don't know. Let's go with... I would like to go with 3, actually. Can we make 3 work? If I throttle it, it'll be very efficient. And we'll be using the new recipes. Advanced thrusters. Advanced oxidizer. And I'm going to want some pipe work, some pump work for this. I think you only need to limit one of them, but truth be told, I don't know which one, so let's not worry too much about that. Although if I put it there, then it's not actually going to work, is it? No. It has to be put somewhere like there. That seems all sorts of wrong, but bear with us. Have them right next to each other and feed them both fuel and oxidizer through the same pipe. Oh, you're throttling 4 engines with 1 chem plant. Sounds like a tight design. But I'm just looking for something that works and is fairly foolproof. So this all comes into here, and then we'll thrust it with whatever. I'd also like to control it so that it gets nothing when velocity equals 0, but I think these will burn through the fuel pretty quickly, so I don't need to worry too much about it. You could have it even lower so it feeds into this part. Yeah, I was briefly considering that. I'm just wondering if I need this space for anything. And in my heart of hearts, I think no, I don't. I would like to save space. Not that it's a huge concern, really. You would need to be a little bit further out, or else we get in the way of these. Or do we? Not entirely sure we do, especially if we use more undergrounds. Because then I could do yonder. Alright, sweet. That seems okay. Pipe to ground are hardly a huge deal. I wonder if this will be enough, though. I have my doubts. There's also the idea that I need to get calcite and iron ore and carbon and water down here for all of this. It does set a good width point here, though. Width is nice. I could make it even sleeker. Sleek is good. That said, though, I'll probably want a larger buffer of it. Then again, I can put a larger buffer like so. That's no big deal. I could be made even larger if I have more width to work with. Let's not make assumptions, though. Okay. That seems to go all up and around. That goes all up and around. I can set the pumping with some logic. Although, what that logic will be, well, we'll make the logic later. For now, I want this thing properly fed. So what we did in our last one was we had the stuff come along, I think. I think we had something like this. Sure. Late game ships tend to be chonkers. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some kind of competition for making the tiniest design. Like in pre-Space Age, it was the idea of making the smallest possible factory that can produce, I think, all science or something like that. And there was something using really interesting lack of fluid logic in the game. You know, where one pipe can handle multiple fluids. Although it can do that anyway. You can use logic to pump out fluids. You can even use logic to nullify fluids altogether. Right, so if I can get calcite and the other goods here, we are A-OK. And it's not unthinkable to manage that. Although it might be a pain if I need a bit more width here, and I may need a bit more width here. Well, I might not. I might not. Thinking something where you get the goods for grinding, and it's very simple. You do just carbon, no fancy crap. Metallic here. In and out, in and out. And then these are also going to need the calcite. That one worries me a bit. How to handle calcite here, because calcite has ice as a byproduct. If I'm going for calcite, you might as well say that ice has calcite as a byproduct. I need to find a way to get calcite over for both of these guys. To make matters a little bit worse, the carbon is going to be on the north end of this belt, and the iron's going to be in the south part of this belt. So how do we handle everything? Gonna work on an imagination. This thing goes around like so. I could make it something like this, where you put out onto that, and then also get put out over and slamming into here some way, somehow. Not too diabolical, right? Of course, these things will be... I'll sort out all the proper filters, but this is more for me keeping my head about what I'm actually doing here. And hopefully it's adequately clear why I'm not doing this on the timer. No way, no how do I think I could manage that. So now the calcite comes over here, and the calcite goes up there. And it will be split out evenly. As long as it's within the same chunk, two inserters and the same thing will work evenly. Good, we like even distribution. I think speaking of distribution, I think water is going to be distributed all over the place. And I'm going to have a logic set up so that the ice from this is favored for water processing. Which means I should probably just have my water done down here while we're at it. It's a very, very modest thruster for what's going to be a sizable ship, but I'm okay with that. And also this thing is quite far back. It'll be very trivial to move it forward, but this looks like it works. We can put the... Wait, this is a reprocessing. Wrong thing. I need carbon crushed, not reprocessed. These can just take whatever to pump out whatever. Alright, it actually looks quite nice. Don't like how you are, of course, in the way of this tremendously good beacon location. Same for you. But I can't put you down like that. Wait, could I? I don't think so. No, because you'd put on... Well, there's a question. When you're inserting on a curve, which law is it going to appreciate? The law of following the right-hand side or the law of the far side? Don't actually know. Let's check. That works. Interesting. Okay, so this will work. And that does free up that awesome beacon location. It's still like the beacon here, though. What can be done about this? Let's first imagine that the beacon is non-negotiable before we consider negotiations. And then you do this. That's acceptable, surely. Still within the same chunk as well. We will, of course, be testing this out before we call it a day and say we're done. Don't like how much belt is kind of getting in the way here, but it's hard to argue with this. Sure, we could find a way, but it's hard to argue. We need the excess ice taken out somewhere, and that's for you. And we also need the excess asteroid parts taken out, because you do have a 5% chance of returning that. You should, of course, be giving us your carbonic chunks, and you will be giving us your metallic chunks. And we've got to make sure that stuff doesn't come out here. This should be coming out with pure, unadulterated carbon. Likewise for our iron ore. And that seems like it would work. I do worry about the amount of calcite, and I worry about something else. This needs calcite. Do I trust this one little number for all my calcite needs? Not at all. What does that mean? It is right next to a speed beacon. This thing can work pretty fast. With 2 speedy beacons of 30%, 60%, it'll get plus 120%. So it's going to process a couple of calcite quite often. How long does this take to operate? It takes 10 seconds. You know what? On its own, this might even be enough. But that calcite does, unfortunately, also need to feed this. So I reckon it's going to have something like a long-handed calcite bringer-upper over there. Yeah, I hope these things aren't too hungry for my calcite. Fortunately, this ingredient thing is obscenely efficient. It's going to work on its own. Could I just bring this thing up now? And then we start working on, what, the frontal offense? I am concerned. This seems almost too straightforward. I was expecting this to be a lot more complex. Must be something I'm missing. Anyway, missing or not. Let's put you here. Okay. Something is wrong here. I want... No, nothing's wrong here. Well, what I've just built here is wrong, but that aside from... we might be A-okay. Hold on, hold on. There we go. So the rockets and bullets are still going this way. The asteroids and railgun stuff still comes this way. Fine. Yeah, take that. Oh, no, 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 no. That's going to put the asteroids on the wrong side of this belt. How do we feel about that? I don't like it. Do we reverse this or reverse this? Again, that does go the way I think it goes, right? I'm all but certain this will go into the inner little cornery bit there. Yeah, it will. Currently this won't work. I either need to reverse this or reverse this. As it stands, I think I'll reverse this. That does give me issues though, right? Yes. Are they insurmountable issues? No. I don't like them though. I really don't like the fact that the ammo is on the outside, because it's very convenient in a lot of locations to put the asteroids on the outside part of this. Just trying to, in my head, think about how it goes. Reversing it later would be a huge pain in the bum, but my biggest pain right now is how I would reverse this. Yeah, you know, sometimes you build yourself into a corner, and that's kind of what's going on here. Okay. Let's try and imagine this is the limit of how far we're going out. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 from here. 1, 2, 3, 4 from here. Is that right? That means there's 1, 2, 3 space. 1, 2, 3 space. Oh, but hang on, that means there's only 2 there. That's not ideal. Or is it? It's not ideal. I'd like to swing it out 1 more level so that I can have my guns here. And my turbines here. I think we can swing that. Let's take all of this and just bring it out by 1. Who goes on what side here? That puts you there, that puts you there. Filter right for absolutely nothing. I love this little trick. It just stops anything going out in that right-hand side unless you, for some reason, put deconstruction planners onto your... I suppose that could happen. There's a deconstruction planner, and look, it pops out over here. Amazing. Okay. Point is, that leaves me with 3 spaces here. 1, 2, 3. Up you go, go. Up you go, go. I have no idea if what we're doing here is the right numbers for anything, but it's what we're doing. One way or another, we'll have an end result here. I've got a lot of wasted space here. Tons of it. I suppose it could be water processing or something else. I'm not entirely decided. There must be some way to condense this. I'll need to think about it. Hey, this feels really painted into a corner. That is something that I currently don't like. Not at all. What was your story from coming out here? It was ice, was it not? Oh, that's a thought. I can do asteroid processing and reprocessing here. That seems all right. Okay. But water needs to be made. How much water is this stuff going to be using anyway? It wants 10 per second times 3, but how much water does this need? I believe they significantly reduce the amount of water you need, by an order of magnitude in fact. 10 per second times all of these, that's a lot of water. But if my ice isn't being made into calcite, and I don't know how much calcite I'm going to need, that's 0.4 per second. Actually, that's not enough for all of these, is it? Well, it says 0.1. I wonder about that. Yeah, I guess it does need 0.1 per second. This only makes 0.4 per second. Maybe I do need more calcite. Could I have a second calcite crusher over here? Because of this, things get a little messy. Well, they get a lot messy. But with the second calcite crusher, I can actually do away with this. This is in no way final product, but bear with me. How does this thing get fed again? Haven't necessarily thought that part through. Could I maybe place it like that? Let's try that. Let's just imagine that this is really a lot more conveniently made. Gotta remember, this is where asteroids and things come down and around. Maybe I should visualize that for myself to make it easier to know what's going where. No, just be better. Because this way I can throw out the asteroids here, bring in the asteroids here, throw out the excess calcite, or the calcite for other stuff. But then how do you do that? That's a mystery. There's also the idea that you can bring it in from here. Actually, I want you to be putting it back out. In, out, in, out. And this is purely for the oxidated thing. Jinx, I've been at this for over an hour and I have accomplished what feels like absolutely nothing. Am I really back on Vulcanus? Means I don't need this little gap here, but let's just see how that transpires yet. And I believe we came to the conclusion that this works here. Does also work here, I think. Yeah, it's going to put it out here. But you're also going to put it on that side. That also doesn't work. When in doubt, do weird cursed belt magic. Such a thing even possible here. Calcite onto here on the far side. Nothing coming to mind. Long-handed inserter? Still going to go on that side, though. Long-handed would work pretty well since I don't expect to put out a lot of the stuff, but how does that help? Yeah, no, that's still putting it on the inside here. Hold on, I just had one of those thoughts. You can do things like that. Still puts it on the wrong side, of course, but it's a thought. And it would work like so. Nah, it gets caught there. Gosh, any bright ideas here? How do I get the calcite? And I've just created this problem for myself and I can't even remember why. How do I get the calcite over there? Here it is. There we go. That will... Oh, that still puts it on the wrong side. Into a splitter, maybe? Now, there's a good thought. Calcite goes in here, gets splat out here, and then it's on this side. Brilliant thinking. Why doesn't one red inserter taking from 2 away and putting down not work? Oh. You mean that? That also works. And it uses less space. If for some reason I didn't think that was short enough for the red hand to do it, but it can. Alright, well that works as well. In both cases though, set them for calcite. Alright. Reasonably satisfied with that for fuel. Now I'm trying to remember why I even did all of this. The ice thing comes in, or the oxidite chunk comes in, goes out, comes in, goes out so that it can be brought back in if need be. That's good for the early days. The calcite comes out here, the calcite comes out here, and that is both fine. We did decide that this works, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I think I'm sure. Yeah, because this, for some reason, outputs onto the little curvy bit there. Never know how to remember the rule, right? The rule is, if you insert, it will go onto the far side, and if there's a question of what's the far side, it will follow the right. Follow the flow of the belt, but on the right. Which is why when this thing inserts, it's going to go on this side, which is it flowing on the right, or left, of course. But then corner cases like this, I'm like, well, that's far, but that's right. That's why I like to set down little test cases. Should have left it so that I can remember. Point is, there brings in the calcite, but we don't handle the ice. So let's handle the ice. You are filtered for ice. Ice, baby. And then I need to make quite a bit of water. Somewhat troublingly. How? Well, I got all the space by the side. Why don't I just bring it down and along? I can have you set like that. I can have the ice come out and down. And then I can just very simply do a lot of... That's not where the water goes. This, however, is... not very satisfied with that, actually. Alright, then that all goes in to the water. The water feeds all of this. But will I need even more water for my nuclear? If so, that water needs to travel up quite a ways. Which isn't inconceivable. But yeah, the water needs to get up to there if this is how we're doing it. There's also the idea that maybe this works in lovely Unity. Because we get 3 ice for every 2 calcite, so that's 30... 60 water. No, I need to be able to handle the excess here. I can't assume this will work in Unity. And I will want more dedicated water production. I'll just have this as overflow. Yeah, this is a way to handle this this ice, basically. And this will always be going, and other things will kick in once I have X amount of water. I think that'll do it. I've wasted hours on a problem that turned out to be a missing minus sign, says Alec. Care to elaborate? It'll make all of us feel better hearing about your misery. I better make use of this space for some kind of repurposing. And I really need to think of a way to get this water working better. Right. Better water situation. I wonder if I could just, you know, process water up here, or if there's a better, more sane place to do it. Because these things are going to be consuming how much water again? 10 a second. So one of these is good enough for 2 of those. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 water thingers. I'm not entirely convinced those numbers add up, but rather than convince myself, let's overbuild and see if it's okay. Although before anything, we need to be able to crush. Maybe I can crush symmetrically. How fast do these things make ice, by the way? Takes 2 seconds to make 5 ice. 1 to 2.5. And the ice recipe only needs 1 block of ice, right? Yeah, okay. So my vast and brilliant idea is that we have this on both sides. And then we symmetrically process our water here. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 and 4 and double that might just work. I mean, it might not. Absolutely might not. Thank you, Stellaris Music, for keeping me sane during this insane time. I can do that to bring the water together. Why is this not quite right? Because of the center part. Keep it symmetric. Symmetric is beautiful. Also, I don't know if I'll need the center part for anything, but let's keep our options open. Melt that ice. Assume that I'll need tons of that ice. The rightmost exit is not connected. The rightmost exit. For what? For the processor? I don't get it. Right, let's bring that ice in. No need for anything fancy, just get them slapped right in. No modules. We'll concern ourselves with modules later. We don't even know what our rates are going to be for most things. All right, tell me about the oxidite chunks. Chunk. Chunk. I want to put out on top. Is this where I'm about to go, oh no, I've messed it up with regards to something, something? Yeah, because let's not forget that the ammo is on the outside. So chunks go on the inside. I already hate this ammo situation. Wait, do I? Let me refresh my memory here. Ammo is on the outside. So rocks go on the inside. These rocks will be put onto the inside. Okay, don't worry about it then. There's a lot of wasted space in this design. Again, don't worry about it. Vulcanus will make up for it by overproducing what's needed. There we go, there we go, there we go. We make the water, we make the steam will come out to the sides. We'll figure that out shortly. Get rid of this, and then everything is going to go, yeah, I don't have power. And I'll go, fine, here's power. That'll keep you good for a wee while. Nice that power is constant in the in orbit. Well, there's a lot I'm not happy about with here, but it seems to be working-ish. Can't wait to fire it up and see how it doesn't work. We need the power. Yeah, this is probably too much power, isn't it? Whoa, hold on. Wasn't I meant to do something here? I absolutely was. Yeah, sometimes I still feel like this isn't enough space for all the stuff I'm gonna need. If I were to expand this... yeah, the opportunity is there. Why don't we do this? Just so we are mentally overloaded on power. Because something I'm going to want is something like this. Something where we can bank this into our system. There we go. it's a special kind of hideous, I do agree. But that means that I can do things like... Hold on. If I want to bank different items, I'm going to need to spread this out a chunk, aren't I? Yes, I am. Let's not have it like this then. Let's have it more like you come up and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this other one comes up and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that way I can put in and out multiple things. But hang on, that also doesn't work. Because they're going to go out in different areas. So it would be something like take in the rockets and the bullets, put out the bullets, and then... Whoa, don't do that. I made that mistake before. Which side does it put out here again? Does it put out in that little corner? In that case, maybe this one can put out like so. Okay, that works fine then. That works absolutely fine. Nice. Now those will need to be filtered, but that's what the use filters thing is for. At least this time I'm not throwing them overboard. Now in this case, yeah, just filter it all. We'll figure out how they move around later. Seems like a huge amount of wasted space, doesn't it? I'll probably slam in some accumulators so that I have extra power for if somehow I need a massive surge of it from, I don't know, railguns or something. The accumulators are probably a waste of space, but I can't think what else I would put here. It's not like solar power is a concern for the ship. Although, I will want some kind of solar power to get its original flight done over to Novice, because we won't have nuclear power in Vulcanus. Okay. Hideous and so much wasted space, but yeah, building spaceships is not my passion. Right. Assuming that all of this is working fine, what else do I need to do? Oh, I never actually processed the goods needed for this now, did I? Just transport nuclear to Vulcanus while this builds. Yeah, I could do that. I don't want to, but I could. It would be nice, because Vulcanus has so much power, it would be nice if we could just strap on solar panels, move it over to Novice, and then take off the solar panels as it receives the non-solar power. It would be nice. Also, since this is being built in Vulcanus, it needs to defend itself. So we'll probably have an initial build with lasers and solar. Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. You need to start the water. But you could bring up barreled water. Right, enough faffing around with such thoughts. I need to get crushing. Also, just realized this is actually a position for you. Yeah, so I could speed this up if I needed to, and I may need to. Yeah, I can beacon this. But yeah, I also need some logic so that this ice is vastly prioritized. Right, so this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Ore goes in. Calcite goes in. Other ore goes in. So, what exactly? Just keep it simple. This one has iron as a byproduct. So that iron has to be given preferential access to coming in here. How about... Thank you, autosave. You are for iron. So are you. You are strictly for copper. Okay. Iron comes here, but also here, but it gets preferentially taken from the back. Alright, sweet, that'll work. Well, I claim that'll work. And the calcite can come up here some way, somehow. How exactly? I'm sure there was some thought in my head as to how that goes. It'd be nice if I didn't have to dedicate any kind of calcite stuff going on here, so... How does that work? How do we get half of the calcite out of here? He's thinking. I can strap another calcite that comes up and over there, that's fine, but this is a little less fine. Especially since all this gets used. What I could do is this. And there we go. Then the calcite comes out here and out here. Hey. These need to be different colors, otherwise these things clash. But yes, the calcite comes around and up and into here. Oh, but the calcite might find problems there. Or will it? God wills it. Sweet. I have to use a lot of imagination here. I have to imagine these belts being full of the items that they're getting. But I can't help but feel this will mess up somehow. Excuse me. If you lose a platform or two, it's easier and quicker to stand up 50 more from Vulcanus and bother with multiple phases to keep track of. Repair packs will do fine. Quicker? I don't know. It was very quick and easy first time just to build a skeleton that had laser turrets on it. Okay, right. As best I can tell, this is going in fine, but they do need access to those asteroids, and they need access to expunging those asteroids. The last of the asteroids come up here, so this can be dragged up and over. And into you, meaning all of this is unnecessary. There's a lot of unnecessary space around here. I'm going to feel bad about having to find work for it. I'll have to make work. That does go in a little corner bit, right? But that's not good, is it? Because again, those are on the outside. Asteroids are on the outside. Put it on the inside, put it on the inside. Put it on the inside. Yeah, now you become a problem. However, not an insurmountable problem. Because then I can get rid of your... Oops. I can get rid of your asteroids here. Alright, then it joins on the correct path. And then you can also get rid of your asteroids in the correct part. Although you can do it like so. That's a bit of space for asteroid reprocessing if need be. And up it comes, and there'll be guns on the front. Looking forward to gun making part. It'll be a bit more exciting. Right, how about some reprocessing with logic? We actually don't need much of it, do we? Can't imagine we do. Take, 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 and give, give, give. Be sure to give on the right side. No filters needed. However, they do need to think. The takers need to think, that is. You there. Read all of the belts at all times. Let's take a quick estimation of how many rocks are going to be on this thing in total. Well, I have no idea. Let's just say 200. If there are more than 200... this won't be enough. I'm going to need more processors than this. But that's okay. I can have more processors. I could put more processors over here. I could just copy and paste this wherever I want to do more processing. That's good to know. So if there are more metallic chunks or carbon chunks or oxide chunks, then 200, grind them down into something else. I'm probably also going to need somewhere to throw them overboard if we end up with more than 250. But let's take you and also slam you down somewhere like here. I would still, even though we have a lot of space that's being wasted here, I still don't want to waste my space. Don't like how you're sped up, but actually that makes a lot of sense. Ice is what I'm most likely to be lacking. Well, that's not entirely true for an Aquilo base, is it? Anyway, please read everything. That's not the correct belt, is it? No, sir, it is not. Easily solved. Sometimes I grab the upgrade button instead of this. They're both green. Okay. Seems fine. Now we've got two different areas that are processing. I might even want a third, but we'll see how things go after a while. Are those arbitrary numbers? Educated guess numbers. I find it's just good to put something down so you can keep moving rather than humming and hawing over every single detail. I do not like getting caught up in details. Alright. This doesn't look too bad. You know, trim off the sides, maybe fill this up with solar panels. It's not going to look too much like a waste of space. And it does make all the ammo we need. I'm a little bit concerned about how this is going to look when we need it to be explosive, but cross that bridge and all of that. Right, next up we're going to want some... Is it bullets time? I would like to make sure my water is handled better than it is first. How? Alright, simplest way I can think of. We're we're going to get this water up along here because there's a lot of spare space for it. And then one way or another get you in here. Well, not like that. This is a special kind of hideous. Don't worry, it makes sense to somebody. So the water is going to come and feed all of this. And go north. So the water is actually feeding everything. But this is the main place that water piles up at. And I need it to be something that turns off these for grinding more ice. Should I stop that? Maybe I should stop it more at the source. Alright, see all these machines that make the ice over here? Enable only when the amount of water there is below 20,000. That way, if this thing starts getting really high on water, I'm going to stop making water up here, and we're just going to use this because it's imperative that I use the excess ice so that the calcite can flow. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I would like more water backed up, though. Yeah, let's just save more water, shall we? I could even use a similar thing over here to save more water. I would also like to buffer more fuel. Just for the lean times. You know, given how fat the ship is, there's certainly space for it. Jake, you didn't finish the water pipe. Ah, but you see, I did. Cheers, JJ. You know, without you around, I wouldn't be able to laugh at Alpha Gamma playing Elden Ring, I'm sure. So we all owe JJ something. Turbines, Jake, them chunky buggers as well. Don't worry, I have a plan for the turbines. We'll call them ablative turbines. Well, I'm just believing that what I've built so far is going to work. We haven't turned on diddly yet, and we haven't set up a collection. But what I really want is the front defenses right about now. I could probably start slimming this down. How many turbines did we say that we needed? Do I have it written down somewhere? My number is apparently 28. I could go all the way up to 40, but buffer steam for the lean times. Kind of makes sense since these things go up in stacks of 10, right? Yeah. How long are 10 of these? Is that 10, really? Ooh, baby, that is 10. Yeah, and I complain about lack of power again. These are just placeholder things to stop the UI elements from complaining at me. Right, that's 20. Let's imagine 25. Uh-oh, I just had a thought. Explosive rocket launchers are 3x3 rather than 2x2, aren't they? They surely are. Is that going to be a problem? No. That's what underground belts are for. Alright, so that is my 30 turbines. And we can still have more up here, but I think 30 is what we'll have. And that means that becomes the extreme width limit of our ship, unless I want walls on the side. Do I even believe I'll need walls on the side? I'd say no. Let's try and have this thing not be fat like sand. Save more water, take shorter showers. Save even more water, don't shower at all. Right. This steam needs to come in from somewhere. Here's the steam. How does the steam get up there? Well, I can just slot it in if I made a little bit more space. In fact, why don't I move the whole thing down? Let's see, that is the end of the steam pipe, so plonk. Copy the whole darn thing. Move it over. Donk. And we still have 30 steam engines. Still, well, they're turbines. 30 steam turbines. Very good. Very, very good. And there we go. All the power we need as our wall. Don't you want some turrets on the side? I'm getting there. I mentioned it earlier, but yes, and we are getting there. Well, why not get there right now? It is extremely rare that anything ever comes from the back. In fact, I've never seen it happen, so it might simply never happen. Even so, I feel a lot more at ease when there is at least a basic bit of protection at the very arse end of the ship. So, rockets first, I'd reckon. Look at that massive range of the rocket launcher. Which one carries the rockets again? The one that doesn't have the beam counter on it, but it will later. So look at that. You know, that is already tons of rocket range. Something like there, in fact, covers all the back. At least to my satisfaction. Might be a little bit cut in the corners, though. Yeah, I mean, I've never ever seen anything come up and over like that on a rocket ship before. Not even once. So I'm willing to believe it'll be fine. If somehow I don't think that's fine, I could move one of these further up, thus allowing me to get rid of that and allowing a bit more safety space. But yeah, how in the world anything approaches that? I don't think so. You can live with 29 turbines, probably. Yeah, if something does smash me there, I think I'll be okay. And then for the little buggers that come out, there is the idea that I could just laser them. Again, things coming from the back, exceedingly rare. And these three bad boys would take care of, well, not anything on the sides here. Alright. We're actually going to have to do target priorities, by the way. So the target priorities for you guys are just going to be small and medium, of course. Small and 90% laser, 20% laser. Yeah, we're fine. Smalls and mediums. And I guess if I want this to be my endgame ship, we also need to consider Promethium. And that means my rocket launchers need to only target big. Not medium, big. This would be easier if there was some kind of like all big button. But there we go. So that's going to break them all apart on the arse end of the ship. This is already more laser turrets than I'd like to use. Their idle consumption is 24 kilowatts. But my power production overall should be plenty, right? How could it not be? There is also the idea that why not just use a gun? Well, the gun range is a little wimpy on the corner there, but it could be used somewhere like here. Now, like I said, attacks on the back here are so few and far between. Well, even so, do I want to leave it to chance? Does he really want to? He doesn't. Get rid of those. I'm actually going to put down some gun turrets at the back here. Yeah, that way the guns can take care of that for me. We'll have you like so here as well. And again, this outer ring is where the bullets come from, isn't it? Yes, good, good. That's all the more reasons I should be fairly safe and secure here. Now, there shouldn't be a lot of concern. Wow, these things go way farther than I want them to when placed here. I want them more on the inside. Is there anything I can do about that? Well, there's a few things I can do about it. Yeah, thanks. I've put them out here. They're going to be wasting the rockets shooting things that are way too far away. On the other hand, they do need to break them up ahead of time. I don't like shooting way out here onto things that don't matter. Plus, as we're blasting off, it's more important what these guys start heading into. Maybe I can get rid of some of these. Alright, bring the rocketeering in a bit. Did Jake fill the speedrun now? I got about 9 hours left to do all of Aquilo and to get to the system edge. It is a bit more comfortably further in. Don't like the idea of having to get rid of multiple of my space, but oh well. Far more important that these things go on the front, but even so. I'll have these at the ready. Yeah, I don't like how far out that goes. Ho-hum. Yeah, because something could just be wandering down here, causing no harm to anyone, and then suddenly, bang, that goes for it. In that case, could I get away with this? It's a little bit cheeky. Well, it's a lot cheeky. But maybe. But maybe. Definitely going to be taking this thing on a test drive because I don't trust what I'm doing here one iota. Even so. I should get them their rockets, and then they will cover... They'll cover the sides of the ship without blowing up things that are so far away that they don't matter. That's my grandest of plans here. So let's make sure that these gun turrets only go for the little guys. And then also, I want those gun turrets to be inside this range, so they'll actually fit in just fine here. Don't know how much of this I'm going to be needing, but we got it. Oh, that also saves the space again, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. Alright, shouldn't be on map mode for this. Map mode places ghosts, whereas I want the real thing. And there's an idea of just bleh, who cares? Give them all the bullets they need. And then what about these guys? Well, yeah, just bleh, give it all to them. Then they'll get all their bullets from there. And that feels like that's fairly well protected. And then the front needs to be very well protected. There's a bit of an idea that there's something of a blank spot here. But that's where this comes in. Try and find the halfway point of lack of protection. And then we tell ourselves something like that. That's not good enough, of course, because there's only so much space and we need an area to grab from. Like so. Although this part doesn't care, that's not where my bullets are. Alright, so they'll cover the slightly weak point that I have here. And I'll cover it even better if I also put this over on the other side. There's a problem here, isn't there? Yeah. There we go. It's not even, but that's okay. This isn't built to be symmetrical. Although the more symmetric it is, the happier I'll be. Like the wall of turbines. Yeah, me too. The wall of turbines shouldn't be in any real danger. It's the front that needs to be secured. It's like the pipe wall of episode 1. It's not knock my beloved pipe wall. It got us where we needed to be. I'm getting guys sick of these things getting my way. Now we're just going to shove them over here. Love the way this thing just builds for me. Frontal defense, as well as considerations for the grabby hands. At the very least, I'm going to want grabby hands Mark II. And I will certainly want them on the sides here. There is an argument for having them over here as well. And would you look at that, there's actually space for it. Let's consider that after we do the front. What does the front of this ship even look like? Well, I do want some rocket launchers protecting the front, but I don't want them fannying about. Like, if anything's coming from the front, they need to die. So let's just be really aggressive with lots of rocket launchers. I mean, honestly, what is the problem of having more than you need here? I'm searching for the problem and I can't find it. The problem might be the consideration of where the ammo all goes. This contains the ammo. That range is good. Then we have the bullets. The bullets, they fly. I don't trust this thing at all, so we're having just a whole lot of this. Yeah, excuse me, I don't know what is going on with me today. Clearly weakness from not playing DDR. That's alright, that's what Saturday is for. It bothers me that this isn't very symmetric. Right, how many of these things are there? 10. Alright, well if there are 10 here, and this is the left-hand side starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 starting here, 5 continuing there. And again, I don't want it destroying too much over on the sides. There's no reason for it. But it is very important that they cover those corners and the front. So I don't think this is overkill. It might be, but I will judge this to not be overkill. One concern is, are we going to be producing enough rockets for these guys? So we will take it on a stress test. Maybe not too stressful a test, but we're going to test it, that's for sure. I don't mind bringing up a whole lot of these. Those bullets might need to fly on in. Oh, right. I didn't even consider, are we doing the right thing with bullets here? There you are. That's the center point. Corners are a weak point, so take good care of them. You might feel a little left out, but I'm just going to run you through here. This is not your battle. This is the battle of the guns. This will probably be brought back a bit. The space is kind of wasted, but I just wanted the space to feel this out. Gonna need extra on the sides here. I'm not even convinced 2 extra would be enough extra yet. And then, of course, ups a daisy, we want more of this. After all, what was it that stopped Lud? Guns, guns, guns. And no just flirting with danger here. We will have wall armor. No, standard wall armor. Somewhere along the lines, I need to grab resources. How does an uncommon grabby hand operate here? Not well enough. Not well enough at all. And the thing is, we do need those resources, so the center part's going to have to be weakened slightly. Are these things 3 wide or 4? Well, at least with all the gun concentration, this part should be extremely safe. But I still want to grab a lot of goods here. The question is, how do they now get down to this? They don't have to, because there's all this space right here to join onto it. So how about... yeah, that works. That goes onto this, right? And for the love of God, I can't remember which side the asteroids are meant to go on. Asteroids go on the inner. Asteroid, inner, both start with vowels. Asteroids on the inner. This would be the inner. Asteroids on the inner. No sense worrying about overstocking on one kind of asteroid versus the other, so I won't. Worrying's just not how I operate. Something feels off about this. No, I suppose it's essentially the same, although it does feel a little off, doesn't it? Let's keep up the semblance of symmetry. These things don't stack, so there's probably not much point in using stack insertion. These things will probably be busy though, so let's keep them at work. And let's trim off the corner a touch, because like I said, it's quite the weak point. And I can just take this whole thing and bring it down, can't I? Unless there's more that needs to be done. Don't know what this space is doing yet, but let's trim it out for now. So I can take all of this and then put it here. Not leaving space for the big guns. That will be the next consideration. For now, I want to make sure this works. And just bring this down, down, down. Was this really the final for my... It looks like it. Yeah, that's all the steam turbines. I swear there was a further thought I was having about steam turbines. I've completely lost it, whatever it was. I also need to throw asteroids overboard. Asteroids go in the inner bit here. Better if a fast inserter can do it. You know about putting down a grabber in the middle of the turbines. Thank you. Right, so this front space could still become turbine central. Could. Probably means I want a few more guns here. Guns, guns, guns. Yeah, I can't go wrong with more guns, can I? Something seems off here. Why is the... Ah, I see. Oh, it's meant to tuck inside like you so that I do have space for my guns. Not a big gun fan in real life. I've been shooting in America, but I can't say I felt it particularly enthralling or thrilling. But this ain't real life. This is Factorio. Maybe if there were giant bugs out there trying to kill me, I'd be more invested. Wait, are we still talking about Factorio? Okay. I still want to grab more with the old grabby hand, so let's not consider this done and dusted here just yet. You'd think one would suffice. There's no need to be dragging in multiple ones of these, is there? No, there is not. And there's also no point in making the ship any wider than it needs to be. So let's do yonder. And then get those on the inside, provided I can remember. Yes, I can maybe try to remember where my stuff goes. Things are firing up, and I don't actually want them to be firing up just yet. Although I suppose it's not a huge deal. Why, oh why, does it work here but not work there? My guns a little further up. They are a little further up. No, they're not. What is causing this to not be symmetric? I am marginally confused. It's because I don't have you there, I have you here. Man can't remember his own building work. I love the pipette tool, by the way. On the walls, just to make sure this place is kept extra safe. At least on this side. This thing can top up on repair packs, that's no big deal. Whew. Okay. Quick check on defense. It looks fairly symmetric. There's some weird bulges due to some stuff at the bottom. But the front seems very well, if even too well defended. Look at that thing firing out into the sides like that. There is a strong argument for trimming off these ones on the side because they're just going to be wasting ammo firing things here. On the other hand, if something is coming down like this, I would want it shattered before it puts stress on the things back here. So I guess that's okay, as long as it's not out here. Rocket launcher out there is a complete waste of space. I just feel like I'd be a bit happier with these trimmed off the sides a bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna see if we can make do. We'll leave the space, but I would like to just not fire too far off to the sides. Does that really look symmetrical? Feels like it bulges out to this side more than the other. I mean, it must be symmetric, right? Down the wire, 4 here, 4 here. Everything's eager to gulp up that water. There's not a lot of water to be had in Vulcanus, you know. Okay. We should maybe believe that this thing will work. So let's blueprint it. There's definitely stuff to be fixed in it, but let's go... this will need to be... I can transfer it over later. Let's say new blueprint book. And this is the blueprint book for getting to Aquilo. Well, actually, it's the victory thing, so let's do Solar System Edge. Solar System Edge ship. There we go. And that means you go in here. Although it certainly doesn't need... Well, I mean, these shouldn't be here for one. Although now it has no power whatsoever. Is that such a bad thing? I mean, that could be part of the inauguration, right? Just to get the power flowing. I swear, yeah, here we go. New contents. It can upgrade it with that. Now there's no nasty legendary things that we're never going to have access to till the very, very end of the run. And that gets it the power that it needs. Well, kind of. Until things actually start flowing. Maybe that means I should have this over on this side as well. Just to start her up. The solar panel messes with symmetrical perception. Ah, yeah, that could be it. Now it's on both. It looks a lot more symmetrical, doesn't it? It was a trick of the eye all along. Although this is slightly asymmetrical, and I swear there's some gun turrety stuff that isn't quite right. Right, so the main thing is, right now, does this work? Is everything going to fire up and actually work for me? Well, there are a few ways to check, but maybe I should save and save often while we're here. I've got a tests folder, right? Let's call this the Space System Space Edge Ship Test 01 or something. So, do any belts back up? Does anything not work? Let's speed up time and find out. Meow. It gobbles up those goodies. I couldn't help but notice all of this stuff here. It's not getting calcite. Just realized this doesn't actually take in anything, does it? No, it should do. It should be taking in ice from here. Should. And yeah, I haven't placed beacons down, but we'll place beacons once we have a feel for how things actually perform. Now, there's no ice because it's very difficult to get ice in Vulcanus. I can forgive that, so I can speed up time. It's also worth noting that the ice is also getting used up over here. What could become a problem is if the belt gets choked with too many other types of asteroid. We've got 182 of you, got 162 of you, we've got one of you. And this thing is still waiting on calcite. Oh, right, this thing doesn't even get calcite. That's amusing. Because I never actually gave it a calcite grabber. There you go, take the calcite. Does mean that you prioritize taking calcite over the copper. I don't think that's a problem, though. You didn't set up dumping excess chunks. Not yet. I want to see how we're going in terms of excess chunks. I suppose one of the problems is we barely grab anything right now. So maybe it is worth considering more grabbing down the sides. Well, not just maybe, I think it absolutely is worth considering. And if I need more turbines, well, that's what all this extra space is for, right? I can slam a lot of well, I can slam a handful of turbines over here. So maybe I can do something like... how far out does this thing go? Apparently there, okay. I can slam you here. We can keep all this flowing still. Hey, this gives me little spaces to turf excess bits overboard. That's fun. Get that on the side you belong. And because we've made a beautifully symmetric design, I can do the same over here. Or so I will claim. Part of the problem, I suppose, is also we're in Novice right now. Novice does not have a lot of asteroid chunks. It certainly doesn't have big ones to blow into other parts. I think collecting further down has diminishing returns. There are far fewer bits that are actually going to float down here. Well, that's what I'll claim. Maybe I'm dead wrong. Maybe it couldn't hurt to have just one more. I'm hearing the foundries going, which is a good sign. That might be overkill for these things, but whatever. Oh, this could be a problem. Well, nothing saying this has to be on all sides. Does a crusher below the iron smelter have an input? You better believe it doesn't. What about this one? You better believe it does. And it's running low on electricity as well. There you go. Get crushing. Now let's further our imagination by assuming that we actually have some uranium ore. And let's make sure that the power is going to work. Because these things now have water. There's a drop of water hanging around here, and that makes sure the power works. How many of my turbines did I remove there? We're down to 27 turbines. 27? Oh yeah, of course, we're asymmetric slightly. There you go. Now we've got more than we need, and it looks like I'm wasting a lot less space, which also feels good. Yeah, we don't waste space. We planned for this. Better not actually put these down. I might need that space for beacons if this doesn't work out. I'm still thinking about how we throw things overboard. Should I ever actually need to throw things overboard? It couldn't possibly clog, could it? Could it? I suppose it's actually possible that we're trying to insert something from one of these crushers and it can't make it in. So I will probably wait until the thing is damn near full and then figure out how that's going to work. Don't worry about these. as soon as the reactors hit 500 degrees Celsius. It's going to bring in a whole lot of power for everything to work properly. I'm glad to see bits of ammo dropping out, though. So let's rapid fire up. Look at those turbines go. How does steam work in space? I'm sure someone somewhere has the answer. This will over-consume uranium fuel cells for a wee bit. Of course, now this will be disabled by control behavior. What I can do is I can even manually take these out once they're up to... Oi, what, why? Well, that explains a bit of the problem there. This thing didn't copy over its intended behavior. But yeah, there we go. Now they'll only insert when it needs more power. Looking at all that steel popping out. I'm looking at the insane lack of calcite. You'd think with these things going, there'd be a few more oxide asteroids. 200, 200, 1. So yeah, as soon as they can, they grab some of these. We've got bullets on the front, that's a good sign. And that's why iron is the higher priority than copper. Okay, should we take it for a test drive? Yeah, take it for a test drive. Currently this thing is parked in Novice. Make sure passenger present is on all of these so it only goes when I tell it to go. Passenger present, passenger present, passenger present, passenger present. Let's go to Vulcanus. Let's not go to Vulcanus. Oh lord, I never actually set up the logic for this. Aha, okay. Said I would and I didn't. I want to throttle the thrust, basically. Which means I only want this getting its... oh Christ, what does it need? Oxidant or one or both? I actually don't know. Maybe I could make just a little timer thing here. Been a while since I've made one of these, but surely my circuit logic ability is still inherent within me. I wonder about you. I think I should still keep all three of you here, though. Yeah, I guess we're fine. Right. I'll have you here, and let's just output A1, and then I want a... I think it's an arithmetic combinator. I want you to take your stuff and then add 1 to it. And then we shove 1 into you. And then you go, hey, I put out 2. Oh, you're a star, you are. Feed yourself back into yourself. Whee! Look at it go. How do you get this thing to reset again? I want this thing to reset once it hits a certain value. Like 10 or 100. Let's go with 100. I've forgotten what I use for that. What was a decider combinator? Probably, because then I can... how does that work again? Maybe. I don't do it like that. I'll put you into here. And I will say if our input is less than 100, then put it out. Then you feed into here. Oh, still going ham. Looks it still had its old output, right? There we go. Now input into yourself. And also input into here. Well, you're not putting anything out is the problem, meaning you're just taking your own thing in. And that is perhaps the problem. There we go. There we go, there we go. Right, now get me this out to here. And to here. No, you don't want to go to there. Alright. Use that as a waypoint. You guys, whenever A is greater than 50, pump. Now these guys will pump half the time. Why do these guys have no water whatsoever? Why do you have no water whatsoever? Because you never eat any ice. Because there's never any bleeding ice. Well, wait, there should have at least been some ice. Because this thing wouldn't reprocess ice. Can we follow some ice and see where it goes? Ah, here's a chunk of ice. Nothing's going to happen to it going through here, surely. What's the point of the circuit exercise is to throttle my thrusters. Thrusters actually have a... Hold the phone. Let's pause the game. Thrusters have a performance curve. So if you want to go flat out as fast as possible, then you're going to be using double the amount of fluid. But if you hit certain thresholds of efficiency, you will burn far less fluid. So what I'm trying to do is throttle it to amount so that the thrust is reasonable, but it's not using twice as much stuff. And it's also good for me that it goes slower. All the way down to 10% speed, actually, where it runs at 100% efficiency. Madness. Anyway, it's going to fill up right now. But once we get moving, it'll very swiftly go down to only having about half of the amount of fuel in, and it'll run a lot more efficiently. You could do some more advanced stuff with that, but I ain't. Alright, so it comes out and down. There's our ice. Doesn't get picked up by you. Should get picked up by you. You get crushed. Out comes the calcite. Out goes the ice. Out goes the ice. It becomes water. I guess the problem is that the water is getting prioritized by nuclear with the heat exchangers. That doesn't make sense either. The water should be going into these. I see the problem now. This doesn't actually connect. Yep. There we go. Now it works. And now these things are actually getting what they need for fuel, except no calcite, because calcite's difficult for you to get, but you will get it someday. Couldn't you just stop the flow when speed equals whatever? Yeah, I could make it so the flow is completely stopped when there's... when the velocity is 0, but what about taking off in the first place? What if there's no fuel and your velocity is 0? It'll never take off. Or so he claims. Alright, let's run this for a little bit. Yeah, the lack of ice is concerning, but you'd think these things would be transforming them, all my beautiful chunks, into other stuff. Hey, would you look at that? We're even getting railguns going. Are we getting... Aha! This never got anything to be crushed. I was thinking we don't have explosives. And I also never fed you water. Water mistake. And I've gone and not given myself any space to actually get the water here, but I can get it here. Oh, you tricky devil, you. There we go. Now we get coal. Coal for explosives. Oh, but you made a further mistake, you fool. How does this work? Well, the answer might surprise you. I have no idea. Oh, no, that's not true. We got 100 different ways to get the water over there. It's just which way do I like? None of them. Okay, good. That does somewhat fit. Horrifying. Move the cams up one and the output down. Yeah, but then it runs into this. That's okay, right? Hang on, I didn't give you an opportunity to put those chunks out, and that is a problem because you... Oh, something is going out on the wrong side. Something is being popped out on the wrong side. Who has the gall? No. Something that produces only iron, it seems. I'm only seeing iron on that side. These are putting out on the wrong side. But that makes no sense, because that isn't iron. But that does need to be sorted. How? I don't know, but what was putting the iron on the wrong side? Is it you? That's a little slow for me to tell. Let's slow it right down. No, it ain't you. Who is putting iron things on the wrong side? No weird jiggery buggery going on here. It's one of those things I kick myself when I see it, but where is it? This needs to be sorted though, but how? I could fling them up to here. This isn't beautiful, but it doesn't have to be, I suppose. And I need to do something similar over here. There we go, get that ice in there. I am baffled by the iron on the wrong side. Where could it have come from? Maybe I did a bit of building that worked, that shifted it over? But I cannot see where that iron could have come from. The metallic ore, that is. I wonder... We barely make any railgun stuff. In fact, I'm... On the inserters on the right side, the ice crushers, is still an output that puts it on the wrong side. Aha. Yes, it does. Thank you kindly. The Phantom Iron Ore. I'm going to catch them and then... I'll see if more of them appear. It's not a great way to do it, is it? But it is bizarre. Well, maybe the question is, do more of them appear? Let's just zoom it up. I am willing to believe that during some of my building shenanigans, some of them appeared there. Not seeing it again, though. Alright, so I don't think it's an actual problem. It's a fake problem. Things are backing up, though. We got loads of molten stuff, steel, iron. Explosives aren't flowing. I never handled the outgoing of this, did I? No, I said it's a problem, and it's a problem I didn't solve. It's also a problem I don't have a lot of space to solve. Could get rid of one of these guns, that would solve the problem. Because what I could do is yonder. As long as this is filtered for the carbonic chunks. There we go, now this thing will work considerably better. It's awfully slow though, like ridiculously slow. It makes me more than a little concerned. 'Cause it's not easy to bring it into speedy up range. And I am going to need a lot of explosives, and this will not bring me the explosives that I need. So maybe instead of being efficient, we tell it to be fast. I'm open to that. Are the fuel and oxidizer tanks front or behind the regulator pumps? The fuel and oxidizer tanks. They are behind them. So I can fill up and then shove it in. Yeah, looks like it's not, right? Looks like it's connected in all the wrong ways. But no, it's probably okay. Alright, let's say we take this thing for a test drive. Get us over to Vulcanus. Without saving it. So, the amount of fuel that it has in the bottom right should go down. Because these things are only operational for half of the time. That said, though, they're not. Probably because this thing thrusts in too much. But that's easy to sort, because all we have to do is say, bring this down. Let's say only at 20. Wait, is that above or below? Oh, okay, that's above. Then let's set it to 80. And if even that's not enough, and maybe it is still too much, set it even to 90, then it's very rarely going to be active. There we go, now it's going way down. And the efficiency is going way up, 72, 75, 80% efficiency. My speed is lower, but I really don't care about the speed. Maybe I should. You don't need to limit both the fuel and oxidizer. One of them will work. Well, we'll do both anyway. 90% efficiency. Pretty good. It's very, very, very slow, though. Some might even say too slow. Let's make it 85. I think I'd be satisfied with 85%. Notably, though, we don't have rockets. Oh god, I realized part of my problem with the rockets is I didn't give these things priorities. Nothing has priorities, actually. What a mistake. Make sure these guys have the priorities and make sure that the DACA also have the priorities. Otherwise they're going to waste their ammo on larger prey. Yeah, because that was just lobbing loads of my rockets away for no good reason. Why so many engines? Everything is easier with only one engine. Fewer turrets when you fly slower. Well, it'd be very, very easy to remove some. It would be painful to add them. That is my logic. And it's good logic. I could even like keep these solar panels there. They're not doing any harm to anybody. How are they still firing? Ah, because I didn't say ignore unlisted targets. Completely forgot about that setting. Yeah, they have been wasting so many rockets. Thankfully, resources in space are infinite. But yes, please ignore unlisted targets. I'm going to be careful that I hit everything, because even a few guns with the wrong orders are going to waste a lot of ammo. Alright, how do you feel now? Well, anything that gets even close to the ship is certainly getting annihilated. And this is giving it plenty of time to load up on resources. Although, keep in mind that this ship more or less needs to be operational within about an hour in-game, including goods on board. Because it's about an hour until we research how to get to Novice, and I'm going to need this thing operational and ready to fly. So that means stocked up on provisions. I also want it so that the thing here will stock up on bullets and the other thing. In that case, we should really be counting. That's not how it should go. I'm trying to think about the logic that I'm going to be using here for inserting into the main cargo hold. It should insert into the cargo hold based on the cargo hold's amount of cargo. And it should put into the belt based on the amount in the belt. So, which goes on what side? Actually, I just realized that these two are going to merge into the same place, so this isn't actually correct. What would be correct? I just put something on the wrong side. What would be correct is if these two merged. Could I be so bold as to take all of this and move it down by 1? And then put a splitter like so. Not like so. Still not like so. Good, that's not mixing and matching. Where the eventual railgun's meant to go. Yeah, so once I know this thing functions, then we're going to have to figure out where the railguns go. But I want this thing to function first before I reinforce disaster. Alright, save and save often. I guess I should set the buffering right now. So you are going to take... Is this actually going correctly? I think it is. It's really hard to see what the setup is here. Maybe I shouldn't have put this in the corner. That's a bit better. Or I should have used different colors. That would have been even better. That doesn't read all the way back there, though. Ah, I see, because of things like that. This short passage shouldn't matter much. Even so, we want this side to be rockets. So when rockets are equal to something... When there are more than a certain amount of rockets, insert something. Although I don't know how many rockets will saturate the belt. It'll be about the same as bullets, and bullets look pretty saturated right now, so tell me about bullets. 1,000. Alright, 1,000's a good enough number. When there's below 800 on the belt, shove it out there. There's bullets here. We'll do the same for rockets here. And that'll be your filter. And when there's not 2,000 bullets in storage, shove them in there. When there's not 2,000 rockets in storage, shove them in there. So they get grabbed and shoved in here, and then you are going to come and put them out. Great. This shouldn't need to do quite so much, but it does need to... God, is it going to actually work the way I want it to? When it outputs, is it going to do that? Because that's far end. One can only hope. Alright, alright. You are going to be filtered for railgun ammo. Why are you linked to everything here? I'm going to have a happier time if this... Alright, no, it's just a trick of the eye. Trick of the eye. When there are not 1,000 railguns, please pick up the railguns. That's your filter. And then you, when the number of railguns on the belt is lower than 800, shove them out there, and that is your filter. And you do put them on the correct side. Excellent. Where's the railgun? We'll get that. There won't be a railgun for a while until we conquer Aquilo, but I'm sure the day will come. Alright. Seems fine here. Let's go all the way over to Fulgora. Meow. Everything at the front just gets utterly decimated. The ammo situation seems to be a-okay. Production of ammo versus consumption of ammo. Not bad. Got about 160 consumption at its height. Goes pretty high though. Is that a raw resources problem or an assembler problem? This thing's barely working, so it looks like your problem. Work faster and harder. I highly doubt that it's a molten iron problem, because we make tons of that stuff. Although when we need the steel plates flowing, it could well be. Shove that in anyway. Speed them all up. Oh, that's right, I never actually got around to using my modules, did I? Just the ones that are here. Speed up. And let's actually believe that we do want more of this. The explosives is a huge problem. We just do not crank them out. This production is highly insufficient, and it's because of this thing. It's too slow. I should have built a ton more of them, but I baked myself into a corner now. How do I solve this dilemma? Why are half the ammo assemblers disconnected? Because I only intended to have 3. I wasn't sure if I'd want 5. Now I'm pretty sure I want 5. Alright, so we need a lot more explosives. Other than that, things seem to be working fine. Although I wonder if this is fine, it's just a case of this not being fine. So really what I need is a lot more crushers. What can be done about that? It's a bit of an awkward thing. Move the whole arse end of the ship back by 1 turbine's length is a pretty good idea. Because that's going to give me a lot more space for a lot more crushing right here, and it might even let me module things up. Alright, now this could scupper everything, but... Hoop! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Donk. Okay, oh, it seemed very heavy-handed, didn't it? As long as everything still flows, we're fine, although it'll take a moment for it to actually flow. Look at that offending, or those offending nuggets. What is causing that? You could beacon the produced refineries for faster explosives. Yeah, there wasn't the space for beaconing this. It was too tucked away in the corner. Where in the world are those bits coming from, though? I continue to wonder. Alright, of course now water might struggle a bit. Now you have space, you can fix the water supply for the explosives. Fix it? Looks pretty fixed to me. Still not a lot of space for doing more of this. I'm not sure if tripling it is even enough, because explosives are something we need a lot of. What if I just destroy this and rethink it? Right, I'm a little bit too attached to what we have here, whereas I shouldn't be. I should be keen to eradicate it. How about something like this? You're filtered for carbon. So the extra carbon chunks come out. And then I need some kind of handling for these. Still like the idea that I get the boosts out of them, though. I would like to make this work with some speed. But then I have gone and limited my space for this, haven't I? Maybe not. What goes on here then? Not a lot of space is what goes on. But if I assure myself that the output is not a... the clogging problem isn't a problem because the consumption is balanced, then maybe I can tell myself that everything is fine. Do you need all 4 of those? Well, 1 was incredibly insufficient. Alright, let's go nuts. Coal synthesis only takes 2 seconds and needs 5 and should be sped up dramatically. This is weird. Wonder if I could get away with something like this. Is this going to cause me problems? I feel like it's going to cause me a lot of problems. Like, this will clog on something eventually. Yeah, I mean, it could just become nothing but carbon and then it doesn't work at all. I think putting down the beacons has caused me even more problems now. Okay, think without beacons here for a second. That is proving a tall order. Thinking about it, only the carbon needs to go in here. The sulfur just needs to go elsewhere. And then we have our explosive machine. It's still really, really slow, though. Try not to think too much about what I'm doing here. Clearly I'm not. That's what happens when a man goes away from the belting. No, this is madness. Maybe I really don't need 4 of these. But the explosive needs are dire. Hang on, look at all this space I've got and I'm not utilizing. And I'm playing myself for a fool. I can't even pick up this trash. That's okay, that's what the infinity chest is for. Where can I shove it? Wait, what used to be here? Nothing, it's just empty space now. Alright, you there, infinity chest. Remove everything. Just remove everything? Yeah, there we go. Hope the infinity chest doesn't end up part of the... Wait, where'd the infinity chest go? I thought I put it down here. Spooky. Oh, here it is. How does he do it? How does he function? Still worried about the existence of some of these rocks on the wrong side, but I am willing to believe it's just because I've been moving things around too much. Air. I think it just came down harmlessly like that. Mm-hmm. And this is space for explosives, right? Okay, this affords me a lot more space for this nonsense. James, we've been in this for over 3 hours. We absolutely would be failing this challenge overall if we were doing this on the clock. Trying to think of a way. It's fine when it's one, but when it's multiple of these, where are they all going to go? The bottom turbines might need connecting at some point. It's possible. There we go. Well, we're banking magazines, which is a good sign. Still worried at the the chunks we're seeing on the railgun ammo side. And that could be a real problem. But I have no idea where they're coming from. Can't imagine where. What I could do is I could just build the whole thing from scratch and then speed it up and then see if they ever appear. That might be a great idea, but first we need to solve the explosives problem. And it is a problem. Right, you put out far less sulfur. So how about we say all the sulfur comes out on the long arms. And then we have a happy little home for sulfur. And then the not sulfur comes out like so. Which shows how to place these with a filter thing to stop it from automatically grabbing everything. Damn grabby hands. So there we go. Now we got another thing that brings out our carbon. Now the carbon needs to be turned into coal, which is going to cost this stuff as well, so maybe it should all just be coming down together. In fact, they could all merge. Beautiful. Now that they have become one, in this situation where 2 becomes 1, is there a possibility of moving these things down by 1? Not if I want to keep that thing going. Contemplating a better way for these things to merge together. Coming up with nothing. That'll have to do. Have 2 of these set to make me coal. Coal gets spat out on the long side. You only make 1 coal, so it's pretty damn slow. And then we have these guys who can get water from topside. Although maybe just have a long run like this, considering we seem to be struggling on that front. Now we run into a slight problem of it's just a bit too narrow to fit everything in. But maybe it's not. Change of plan. Might not be that big of a change of plan. I was thinking maybe they could insert onto something that comes along here or along here. But then where do they get their stuff from? Because they need sulfur and coal. And of course I haven't left myself with quite enough space. I could pick up the whole ship and drag it back a little bit more. I could also weave some belts. Not thrilled at the prospect, but Oh gosh, I am not thrilled at that one. It would work, though. Terrifyingly, it would work. Maybe it wouldn't. Where do they get their water from? I could also use different undergrounds here, but I prefer not to do that. Prevents you just clicking and dragging, mindlessly upgrading. Let's hold on to this thought for just a moment. It would need to be down like that, wouldn't it? It's just the sulfur that we want up there. Together with the coal. Now we run into this slight problem, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. The ratios will match up. They can't not match up. Provided these things actually function, which currently they don't. This is beyond cursed. Kind of brings it along, but it doesn't quite bring it along in a way that satisfies anybody. Or does it? Okay, now it goes down to railguns. The explosives are made 4 seconds to make 2. No, 4 seconds to make 2. 4 seconds to consume 1. Alright, so as long as you actually got your sulfur, things would be okay. You really don't get your sulfur very quickly still, though. I can't really place a beacon to aid with that. My lack of ability to help you with beacons leaves me very unhappy. Definitely dug myself a pit with this one. Maybe it's fine though. It's certainly better. Well, is it better? I'm not sure about that part. The efficiency doesn't help here. These things need to be faster. Beacon or no beacon, they need modules. So 1 sulfur gets 1 coal. So you put up 2. So every time this thing does dunk, we get 2 explosives. And that's 2 rockets. Alright, in that case, maybe these guys could be running more efficiently, considering it seems to be an import resource problem. And over time, well, over time, there seems to be a lack of things flowing in here. Where are we? We're at Fulgora. You'll get more goodies if we fly around a bit. You're not backing up with railgun ammo, though. Those railgun things even making me ammo right now. How about we test this theory then? Let's bring you around a bit. You're in Fulgora right now. It's a long run to Vulcanus. How do you fare going to Vulcanus? Oh, you seem fine. Now, here's a question. How do you fare going to Aquilo? Wait until passenger. Present. Also, maybe save and save often. And this is a good check to see how that storage tank's going to be holding out. Potentially not well. Oh, well that could be a problem. There's a ton of metallic asteroids and they're going to be clogging everything up. Oh yeah, they are absolutely clogging everything up. Right, so hold that thought. We never got around to throwing things out, which we absolutely should have. You there, you don't need to be like that. Plenty of space here for disposal. He's come up the way, right? So, da-chunk. Da-chunk. Let's get rid of all this space here. And then it's very, very, very simple. You are filtered for your asteroid type. I'm going to tell you how many of everything there is here. Enable, no, not enable, disable, read everything. And if there are more than 300 asteroids of that type, turf it out. Except you're going to do it for all the different kinds of asteroids. $27, 211. Okay, so going to hold over 1,000. So 300, 300, 300 works. I think it's going to be working overtime, though. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be able to keep up at this rate. We could do some fancy logic for this, actually. Yeah. Could we? Yeah, why not do some fancy logic? We have the time. We have the technology. We are going to use a... I forget if it's selector or decider. I think it's selector. Selector combinator is going to read all of these. And it's going to select index 0 descending. I think. Yeah, there we go. It's going to output the highest amount. And then we're going to take a decider combinator. It's going to take that output, good chunk. And it's going to say, is that output greater than 300? Whoa, hold on there. It might throw away my... no, that won't work. It could easily throw away my artillery if it does that. Not artillery, the railgun ammo, though. Yeah, the ammo is in danger. Yeah. Trying to think how to make it not do that. I could set up one of these for each type of asteroid, but I'm wondering if I can do that logically. Give it a constant minus 1000 ammo. That's a great idea. You are to give us railgun ammo, constant, negative 9000. So, is anything greater than 300? If so, put out its value. And then, instead of you guys reading this, you are going to... Wait, can you actually set filter? Yeah, set filter. Not enable, disable, just set your filter. And now, railgun ammo is being brought out here, negative something thousand. And now that means I get triple the output on throwing away things that are excess. So yeah, that will absolutely shed them. And then once we have not enough metallic stuff, I mean, what else is it putting out? It's reading 241 calcic stuff, or whatever it's called, carbonic stuff, and 15 or so of that. It's also a good place to just check how many of these I have. But yeah, I didn't want to have to put down 3 different sets of these just so I could have better throughput for chucking things away. This works better. Check how overpowered is advanced asteroid processing once you get to it. Post-game, the most overpowered thing. Period. Because asteroid processing gives you access to almost everything legendary easily. Upcycling has a return of about 25% of your goods. Asteroid reprocessing has an 80% or more return of goods whenever you try to fish for quality. Asteroid reprocessing can get you, oh, let's see, that's not a good place to go and see. Asteroid reprocessing can get you these 3 asteroid types, which means you have access to iron, ergo steel. You have access to carbon, ergo coal, ergo plastic, ergo all the plastic stuff. And the ice, whatever. Calcite, however, gives you access to legendary stone. So if you've got access to legendary stone, iron, copper, and plastic, what do you not have access to? Well, the answer is plant-based stuff, holmium, nuclear, and... pass. But yeah, it's super broken for legendary stuff. And we might do it towards the end of this run, because I will at the end have to get the final achievements. And there is one in particular that's a real pain in the bits. Yeah, it's the equivalent of the green chip achievement from 1.0. And it's this one right here. Fill every tile of legendary mech armor with legendary equipment. I believe that mech armor slotting is 15 by 17. Which on its own isn't so bad, but this armor is a pain in the butt to get legendary. Because it requires legendary holmium, and that is a problem. But it means I get to have fun on my favorite planet, Fulgora. So I guess it's not all that bad. Are we in Aquilo yet? No, but we are on our way. Really rather slowly. Seems to be going quite well. Yeah, things get shredded. And we actually have a buffer of rockets and firearm magazines, although that has been building up for a long time. I'm pretty sure your chunk disposal setup will stop working when the belt becomes full of railgun ammo. Please explain why you think that, because I don't. Ah, maybe it does. Look at that. It's outputting... Ah, it's not outputting the stuff anymore. Right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that's because we should have fed our -1,000,000 into you. Good thinking. Yeah, I fed the constant into the wrong place. Nice. I saw someone get Legendary Spidertron by chance. Well, it's all by chance in the end. So yeah, the large ones come in, they get rocketed, and then they get processed. And I gotta say, this ship's doing a mighty fine job of very cleanly getting through this. But we can't go beyond Aquilo without railguns, so I guess it's about time we figured out how we're doing railguns. It does eat a fair bit of rocket ammo, but it doesn't need to make this journey again and again and again. Maybe it's going to do like 5 supply runs to bring over holmium and things that I've forgotten. No, the trick now is... And we should probably keep saving this so that we have the latest design at the ready. The trick for this thing is where do we put the railguns, and how do we get the railgun stuff up? Some of these have to be sacrificed for railguns. And we're not going quality railguns, it's just normal railguns for me. Now, my idea about railguns is you actually don't need to aim out the side. Large asteroids always fall completely vertically down. I have spent a long time watching asteroids flowing, and I am convinced they never come at an angle, the huge asteroids. It's always just up and down. So I think even when you're stationary, just up and down. So we are going to assume that that assertion that I've just made is completely true. Fact checked. And with that assertion, hey, look at all the ice go now. That is so cool. I love, love, love circuit conditions in this game. It reminds me of the very first time they introduced redstone to Minecraft. Anybody else just stop what they were doing in Minecraft and spend forever designing redstone circuits? Nobody? Surely somebody. Don't leave me alone here. Right, so my assertion is we can actually get by. We can probably get by with 2 railguns, but I'm going to use 4 for safety. And somewhat sadly, railguns need to have nothing in front of them. With the 3 is, of course, awkward. Let's get rid of all this stuff at the front. I mean, it was having absolutely no problem slaughtering the things coming our way. So let's do this and see where we can go with it. Yeah, the asteroid stood no chance. I am convinced that that will be sufficient. Yeah, look at those side ones. They are taking out asteroids that they have no business firing at, but I guess we can make do with that. Your target priority is to only take out the ginormous asteroids. Please, oh please, ignore unlisted targets. I don't want you wasting my precious railgun ammo. So yeah, that's as wide as it is. I'm sure it'll be fine. There's an argument for bringing it a little bit further out and bringing the arms slightly further in, but let's believe. Now, here's a question. How do they actually get that ammo? Didn't have an answer for that ready now, did you? I might have an answer with a bit of belt leaving, but I won't be pleased about it. Here's another thought. What if you guys were further together? A lot further together. Because the center seems covered enough. And then we just bring up the ammo for you like so. Filter for railgun ammo. No, not railguns. Railgun ammo. Going up the center of that, so there we go. That's a funny one. Filter for railguns. That means this is going to have to go. You might get a little bit concerned about the lack of overlap on the front, but I'm not. I do want to make up for the lack of regular gun turrets now, though. These need to be brought back. The walls also should make a return here. Bring up the asteroid belt so your collectors can input the railguns to get their ammo. Yeah, the asteroid belt serves no purpose going through here, but if it went up and through, then they'd have easy access to their ammo and we could output onto it. I like it. I'm not sure I like it enough to redo what I'm doing here. It does make a lot of sense, though. Makes a ton of sense. So you would be coming up through here. Up through here, rather. Over and along and along and along. And back out. There's some weird jiggery pokery that goes on here. Yeah, what the heck is this ever? What were you? Now you flow up and around and through and back down and in. Yeah, this was excess of ores coming out, right? Yeah, fit those back in where they belong. That means this can just go away now. It's looking good. It also gives me space for additional gun. Oh, but this this is in the wrong place. That's all right. It's easy to sort. Also makes a little bit of a buffer for you, your output, which I quite like. I'm a little worried that I might have messed something up here. I'm still seeing some of those iron nuggets. Bothered by it greatly. Are you planning on doing Promethium in this ship? No way. Well, not no way. I do need to do some Promethium science for the very end game, but that's a very, very end game concern. Our main priority is to get the 40-hour achievement thing, and I don't have 40 hours left. I got 9, and we haven't reached Aquilo yet. I would feel a lot safer with a bit more DACA on the edge here. Okay. I like this because nothing really changes. I can have this very same design, leave the railguns in there, and we just add the railguns when we manage to get them from Aquilo. Not bad. Okay, we should test this ship out. It's had plenty of time to bank up goods. It's got rather a lot of railgun ammo. And it'll have a lot of time to make railgun ammo before we even think about going to System Edge. Because we have to research System Edge when we research Promethium Science. Are these all working, by the way? No input. Oh, snap. I forgot about this. When you... Oh, that's actually a problem. I thought the pipe could go through that, but the pipe cannot go through that. How do I dispose of stuff then? I don't want to use long hands. Might have to use long hands. Or... As far as that can go, it is. We're already relying on these, so let's rely on them a little bit more. No, that won't do it. You can sneak the belt to the left. Which belt? This area needs to be open. There's no need to consider what we do on the other side. What we could do is actually link the steam over to here. Except there's a lot of undergroundy belt. Well, actually, it could still be done, couldn't it? Move the dump inserters left by 1 tile. Ah, yes. Yes. But also no. No, there are a few too many things relying on grabbing from here. But I have another idea. We could even have faster dumping. I don't like that being there on the enable disable thing. Yeah, and I'll bring the steam over here. How? Well, who cares? Oh yeah, just enough space. It's okay, the robots will build this for me. I don't need to know how it works. I just need to know that it works. Unethical. But surely more power than anybody needs. This is horrible. It just needs to work. Although the better it is, the better, right? If I have spare space left over, some solar panels wouldn't go amiss just for getting this thing augmented slightly, but there's a lot of dead space here that I don't like. I'm very, very unsatisfied with my explosives situation. Why are these not working at all? Oh, right, yeah, good luck getting carbonic asteroids out here at Aquilo. It's alright though, we have some explosives hanging around and we do reprocess. A lot of ice backing up, is that a problem? No, it is not. It just means that the ice stuff doesn't get used and will instead get reprocessed. Not bad. Not bad. Alright, let's get gutsy. Prometheum science. Let's imagine we got it researched. And let's go. Now, I suspect it's going to run out of ammo or something, but I just wonder if... I wonder how it's going to perform. I wonder a lot of things. Can calcite get stuck because of the ice buildup? No, because the water from here won't be... This stuff will not produce water unless I have space for water. There's about 5,000 space for water still in here, so these things are cut off. And then when I use the water, they get back on. So there should always be a use for the ice from here. Calcite backing up here is fine, just means this ice won't be being produced, and then that's when this stuff kicks in. And the question might be, what of these? Well, they take calcite off of this, don't they? Yeah, they got preferable calcite delivery. So, here's one of the huge asteroids. Only goes top down. It's terrifying, by the way. 5,000 health with 3,000 physical resistance. However, railguns vanilla do 10,000. And there are going to be more of those the further we go. What is concerning is seeing something like out of ammo already. Especially when it's my rocket launchers running out. How are the rocket launchers running out? It doesn't look run out to me. Game's telling me porcupines, I think. It's all oxide all the way now, though. But yeah, look at this. That thing would have been shot by my railgun. Complete waste of railgun ammo. Except, I don't have railguns sticking out the side like a lunatic, so I'm not wasting that shot. My grabbers wouldn't be able to grab it. Such a waste of ammo. We are going very slow, but what if this was too fast yet? Like, we're running horribly low on ammo. I could just cut the engines altogether, but I could slow it down even further. I won't, but the option is there. I want to see the railgun go for it. I should feel a little bit concerned about the railguns barely covering anything, though. But I'm confident. I'm very confident. I think having your railgun sticking out like this is foolish. Is that going to be in range? I think so. Say goodnight. And now we get these things coming at me rather quickly, but kabang, and away it goes. And the guns finish off what's left. Remember, your ship doesn't need to make it there alive, yeah, but it does need to make it. There's another super big huge on its way. Deleted. I think we overstack on on railgun ammo, and we certainly understack on firearm magazines. I'm not satisfied with this production. Well, that's why we buffer ammo, and we buffer plenty of it. We do not buffer enough rockets, though. The rocket production remains a concern. That's okay, because the ship is going to have a lot of time to buffer that. And I might even tell it to sail around the inner planets, so it has a lot more opportunity to pick up asteroids without having to spend rockets. So yeah, that's probably what I'll tell it to do when I'm not actively doing Aquilo things. I like this ratio working out, though. Look at that, nothing backing up here because the ratio is perfect. 5 carbon, 2 sulfur. 5 carbon and 1 sulfur goes into coal. The coal mixes with 1 remaining sulfur to make the explosives. It's beautiful. Alright, what do you say we just nail it and see how the ship does? Give it the beans! Give it the extra beans! So that's why we're going to need to buffer. This thing running out of rockets becomes a huge problem. Bye, ship. Destroyed by nuclear explosion. Perfection. So I'm very happy with that ship. Obviously what happened there, not so great. But we just need to give it time to accumulate enough explosives to make it. And if it really needs helped out with that, I could always deliver it some extra things. Perhaps before we do that, we should check and see if there's anything we could do for it. Too many beans triggering nuclear. Dude, good lord. It does concern me that this is the main issue right here. If I had plenty more explosives, all would be well. Higher quality crushers could help. Because the thing, it goes slow, it would go a lot faster if it were high quality. But that's you know, everything could benefit from higher quality. It also happens that if I run out of ammo, in fact, let's simulate that situation again. How many rockets are on the belt now? 400 is still on the belt. All right, keep beansing it. Beans it, I say. All right, now quite a few of them are starting to run out of ammo, which becomes a huge problem for me because we need them to destroy these. Nothing buffered. Virtually nothing on the belt. Pause that thrust. Now there's far less to concern ourselves with, and that should give it time to actually build back up the resources. You do, you know, lose a lot of the distance that you had. You get an opportunity to get some rockets back. Maybe losing too much distance. I wonder if in a situation like this we could benefit from going agonizingly slowly. Like, what if this was set to 95? And we go at like 10% speed or something crazy. Here's another thought. What if the railguns weren't stealing all the explosives? Wait, your problem is lack of iron. I think we've found one of our major issues here, then. That's hilarious. Actual hilarity. He thought explosives were the problem. It was the iron. Anyway, now the thing's going at a crawl. But at least it's crawling forward, not backwards. It's funny how steam turbines move from side with space wind. Yeah, solar winds, right? We get taught those in school, right? Still running out of explosives. And that causes, as soon as something on the front goes, that's game, set, and match, because I won't be able to take care of other threats. Anyway, despite the shortcomings here, I'm quite satisfied with this. Oh, I'm not satisfied with this. How could something be clogging? Actually, how is that clogging? Oh, well, I suppose that is not helping. The horrible death of one's ship. But look at that. Yeah, they only fall from top to bottom. No sidey huge asteroids. I still function. It's still moving. There's still one railgun reporting for duty. Wow. Still satisfied with it. It just needs a bit of a buffer. Good buffer of explosives, and this thing will go a long way, so I'm pretty happy with it. That said, we should fix some of the shortcomings and save the blueprint, and also make it something that can be built in stages, right? How have I been on this for so long? Where was it? It was this version of it, right? Enough of that. Don't bother with that. Get your arse back to I don't know, Vulcanus or something. Meow. See? No problems. So, what needed to be fixed? This thing does not output iron fast enough. Certainly eats iron fast enough. Maybe that's a good reason to actually use some green belts here. Why does the iron even go onto a belt? Why doesn't the iron just go into this? Direct insertion. Oh, because I want it to prioritize taking this, of course. Yeah, that does make sense. Does indeed make sense. It unloads that a bit faster, and maybe it could do with a module. There we go, that speeds it up a bit. Yeah, the amount of railgun pieces are fast approaching the limit anyway. Even so, what am I banking? 1,000 of them? I don't think I need to bank that many. Bank like 500 of them tops. Bank 300 of them tops. It's a very rare thing to shoot. And that should allow it to back up from there. Will you do snake inventory or in-ship search if you search production? The what? Snake inventory or in-ship search if you do search production? I do not know what you mean by that. How about a buffer for the molten iron? No, it's a production issue. Of that, I'm fairly convinced. If the production can't keep up, what use is a buffer? That said, it's not like we lack space for it. And everyone loves a good buffer. That said, space for it, huh? Yeah, go on. There's a whole bunch of moduling that I never did, but I imagine it's speed mods all the way down. Speed, possibly some efficiency modules. It's not like we saw any problem with power on this thing, did we? Well, it certainly does fluctuate, but I don't think a few of these labs is going to make a huge difference. In fact, given how they're going, why even module these things up? They really don't need it. I could even give them some efficiency moduling. Although that might be overkill, like whoever needs efficiency modules like this. That's fine. Stack insertion could also help a long way. But we don't have stack inserters, and it's a little bit of time until we do. But there is a thought, you know, what would stack insertion do for me? It would allow me to buffer 4 times as many goods on the belt here. That'd be pretty damn sweet. And I wouldn't need a lot of them. If I made these into stack inserters, then we would pick up stuff and then resort them into stacks, which would be really cool. That's a thought. It's certainly a thought. Oh, you mean for Promethium science? Don't even worry about that. We're not going to be making Promethium science in such a large amount. Just enough to get one of the things researched. So that means, what, 500 Promethium science? And that's going to be off the timer, so there's not really going to be any pressure there. Yeah, it's not a great amount of rockets, but it'll do. Basically, the ship isn't anything too special, but I think it's fine enough for what we're trying to do today. Well, not today. When am I back with this? Maybe 2 days' time. So I can probably just blueprint the whole thing, and also make a stripped-down version that I can assemble on Vulcanus, which would be the skeleton with some laser turrets. Otherwise, I don't have a pressing need to change anything here. Although it does make me sad seeing that lack of carbonics. Where are they all going? I guess this does a good job of processing everything it gets. And if I told it to go from Vulcanus to, say, Gleba, by the end of the journey, how many more rocks does it have? Oh yeah, it's a beast. Picks up hundreds. Excellent. Yeah, and those extra ones get reprocessed. Chunk. And all is well. What about modules and the assemblers themselves? The thing is, they're lacking the ingredients. So you can't productivity module ammo, so I don't know what I'd put in them. Actually, is the problem the belt speed? I think it might actually be the problem. Maybe I need either stack insertion or faster belts. Yeah, look at this nonsense. They're just getting one single belt out like that. That is a mistake. So that for one. And for two... let's actually make a few green belts. We won't need a lot of them, but let's make some. That one doesn't need to be one. Looks a bit different now, doesn't it? It's all flowing and getting used. Well, maybe not that much different. This thing is still a touch too slow. Wonder if it'd benefit from more productivity than speed. Let's see, it's doing 16.8 per second, or 12.5 per second. Faster is better. Maybe I should have made two of these. Alright, anything else worth changing in this thing? Would higher caliber ammo in the space platform be good once you can get copper from the asteroids? I don't think so. I'd rather just have lots of this stuff made in bulk. Yeah, we have copper, but then it would add to iron demand by demanding steel. I'm unconvinced currently. Still making railgun ammo. I guess it's still, yeah, it's still chewing up the last of my explosives. My poor explosives. Oh, that's a bit of the that's also why the these guys have priority access to the explosives. Yeah, because the sulfur and the coal comes in and it gets gobbled up by these guys first. That is a problem. How can I solve this problem? Not easily. Hey, railguns are important. Some of it needs to go in there. I could do some more cursed things. And that seems to be how we're going. There we go. Now half of it goes towards the stuff that prioritizes the railgun, but at least half of it goes towards rocketry. It's still a pitifully slow production though because of these things. Some asteroid efficiency would go a long way here, but we don't have that researched. Even so, just balancing that out a bit better and having more on the rockets seems good. Does not use a lot of uranium fuel cells, which is fantastic. Most of what was used was because I kept deleting and then remaking this stuff. Splitter into underground with some output priority and some logic. Not logic, just splitting like this is fine. Alright, I'm sure there's more that could be added to this, but what we're going to do is blueprint the whole thing. Say this is Victory Ship Final. So this is early design. I think I can delete that now, but let's say this is Victory 1.0. Why is caps lock on? Must be all that star sector. Well, it's called the Wind Lobby, isn't it? Yeah. Wind Lobby is the name of the ship. But we need a stripped-down version of it. So I can always start out by making this. In fact, we already have this, don't we? Yeah, I seem to recall having built that. So it's just a case of taking this and then remodeling it into what we just have here with the SSE ship. Some of those inventory or cargo bays will still be there, so I don't think there'll be a cargo issue. So we'll get the laser version. I'll probably upgrade it to gun version. And then it'll have guns and ammo and things. And that way when I transform it into this, it'll already have the guns in order to shoot down incoming asteroids, in order to get the resources that it needs to plow on over to Novice, to get the nuclear cells to... Why don't we test this, actually? It would not be difficult to do. No, it really wouldn't. Here's the ship we already have. Kind of. It's not the ship, but it's here. So my proposition is that I would be able to make it into this thing again. Boom. And it transformed into this. Then it gets its ammo put around or whatever. Give it a bit of time to get its ammo needs sorted out. Oh man, life was so much simpler. We wouldn't have to consider rockets and things. And now I assert that this thing is poised and ready to make its way over to Novice. Meow. And once it is in Novice... Oh wait, no, it needed to reach its final form before going to Novice, didn't it? How's this going to unfold? You'll be in Vulcanus, happy as can be. Then you're going to get everything you need to turn into this. Donk. And then you're going to say, I have no energy whatsoever. And then I go, oh, that's a problem, isn't it? But if that's a problem, and you're already here, why don't I just give you solar panels? Fortunately, solar panels work extra hard when they're in Vulcanus orbit. You will still have ammo. In fact, you do have ammo. And actually, you're putting ammo out onto the belt because of the logic that I gave you. Damn, I'm smart. What the hell is this? Maybe that's how it happened. When I transformed, some weird belt things that were already there would still have their weird stuff on the belts or something. Can we have a do-over? Oh, well, maybe we can't. It doesn't like going down to a smaller thing, does it? No, you don't. Yeah, say goodnight to all this stuff. What happens when there's not space for it? Oh, it just disappears anyway. That's slightly concerning. Yeah, transform first into an empty platform, then into the real shape is probably the right idea. Yeah. Glad we're figuring this out now. Right, so before you become anything else, I probably want to strip you down into becoming this. Although we'll also want some coverage. I don't trust this thing without some laser coverage. Easy now. Don't wreck my ship, please. Safe as houses. So if we save this as the shell that it's to become... just call this shell. So we take the big fancy ship, we turn it into shell. It'll store everything in here. And then from shell form, I tell it to become beautiful wind lobby final thing. I think some of those lasers still get in the way when I do that. I need to super force build that up. And then it'll have the ammo in here, and the ammo will get dispersed. Yeah, that should work. And once it has the ammo, it can go and grab everything it needs. Let me help you with that. Preferably by not being in this mode. Oops. Is that actually distributing that ammo? Oh, not very well, because it doesn't have energy. That's quite funny. Yeah, the slight problem here when I transform the thing is that it does need some power to get it going. Now on Vulcanus, that's not a lot of power. But it still needs it. So yeah, maybe it should have these up the side. As it did once upon a time. And there we go. When it has those on the sides, it suddenly has the power. Now it can distribute all that ammo. And it can get the guns to get the resources to get everything going. Keep a water tank in the process. Was it making water previously? Water will take a bit of time, but I don't think it's a huge deal. And like I say, if it's really that bad, I can always barrel up some water. Because this thing's going to have about half an hour to get the resources that it needs. I mean, we can even give it that, right? If we... What are we at? Playtime 6 hours and 11. Meow. After 15 minutes, it's 6 hours and 25 or so. It is struggling. I guess this isn't the place for it to be. Unless you're telling me we still have some problems with something set up here. But no, I think the problem is a lack of oxidite. That and these things drinking up all my precious water. Or did we still have some issue here? No, I think I fixed the issue. Yeah, it's just calcite is hard. Although if calcite is so hard, I could actually just send it up calcite. Easier to fill up with a few trips to Novice and back. Yeah, once it gets moving, it's a lot easier. Let's imagine a situation where I just send up some calcite. Oh, it also wants, yeah, it wants calcite and it wants water. Yeah, water could really be a problem. I suppose that's a good reason not to set up on Vulcanus. I still like it as a place to build my ships. And ultimately my ship is on Vulcanus. Sending up a few barrels of water is no big bad thing. So I could just jump start it with that. Here's an idea for you. Once we're at this point, let's imagine I did that. Where could I least ashamedly put that water? You're there to unbarrel some water. By the way, how much water you can bring up in one rocket launch? 100? That's quite a bit. And that's the wrong thing. Don't fill the water. Empty the water. Nice thing about being in a spaceship is you could just pick these things up. It goes straight into the inventory of the ship. And then just like that, it actually has a bit of fuel going. Not a lot, but a bit. There is also the idea that I might want to bring up some calcite as well. Because then I can shove it into there. Although I'd need to box some calcite for that. Oh god, now it really is running low on electricity. Yeah, because these things are active. All very concerning. Send ice. Send ice from the volcano planet. An interesting idea. Yeah, the hand-feeding meta. It's done a lot for me. Why would I betray it? But yeah, jump-starting the ship doesn't seem to be easy. Vulcanus or not. Yeah, look at that, the amount of power it's demanding. Because of those bleeding foundries and beacons. I need to figure this out though, because we need to jump in and do it when we start our next session. I can't be humming and hawing over this the whole time. By the way, do these railguns actually consume any ammo when they're not firing? Not ammo, energy. No, they don't. Okay, that's good news. So yeah, I have my options. I could send up some water, could send up some calcite. There is the idea that I do just ship over the fuel from Novice. It's a few more rocket launches, but in the interest of actually getting this ship going, it might not be a bad idea. When it comes to uranium fuel cells, it can only move 10 at a time. And if I bring over 20, it's 10 each, and that's plenty to keep it going energy-wise, and then get it over to Novice. It'll be fine, right? Let's imagine that situation right now. Yeah, these things fire up. I think that's what I'll have to do then. I'll need to jumpstart this thing with calcite, fuel cells, and maybe some water. Probably some water. But then once it does, it's pretty fully functional. Whether or not I add the extra solar panels, I haven't decided yet, although it'll probably need them. Could you stock up on ice in the cargo before the transformation? I could. And then the hand-feeding meta could continue once more. Oh god. These things look so weird when they're on low energy. I think I could. I don't know how I'd get the ice in there, though. It'll be fine, right, Jake? Night of the 24th, right before Factorio challenge. Half an hour next... What? It will be fine, right, Jake? Night of the 24th of September, right before failing Factorio challenge by half an hour next stream. Ah, I see. Wouldn't it be night of the 25th? It's the night of the 24th right now, I think. Okay, I believe we have all the information. Lee's SSE ship with the wooden lobby. Whether or not I use the shell, I don't know. Yeah, well, I think we need to turn it into the shell and then turn it into the wind lobby 1.0, don't we? To clear everything and then bring this in. And it'll get everything additional sent up and all will be well. One idea is that when I build wind lobby 1.0, maybe I want to shove down some extra laser turrets for it, so it stays safe. Yeah, I can do that at the time. Anyway, we have our design here, and if there are parts of it that just fail miserably, then we'll sort that out at the time. But that's it for. Hopefully, this is the last time we sit down and do any design like this during the off time. I want it to be go, go, go. We get our victory. And then we slug out for the rest of the achievements here. But that is for me to deal with in a future stream. For now, it's a cheers and a cheerio.